Tonight, there's nothing you need to do. Just relax and let the story carry you. We begin in a quiet moment from the past. If you enjoy this, you can find the full stories in the description. The first years at Huaichun Tang, you are very young. Perhaps 14, perhaps 15. You have come from a poor family in a small village, and your family has sent you to the city. Your mother packed your things the night before. A change of clothes, a small parcel of dried, salted vegetables, and a single pair of cloth shoes, still stiff from the market. You can read a little. You attended the village Sishu for a few years. A private school, simple and small, where an old teacher sat behind a low desk and made you copy characters until your hand ached. Those few years of reading are why you are here now. The medicine shop is on the main street of the town. You see the sign before you reach the door. Large characters painted in black on old wood. Huichun Tang, the Hall of Returning Spring. You stand outside for a moment and breathe. The smell reaches you even before you step inside. It is a layered smell. Something earthy and something sweet and something faintly bitter. The smell of dried bark. The smell of roots that have been cut and dried in mountain air. The smell of something you cannot quite name yet, but over time you will come to love it. Inside, the shop is not large, but every inch of it is used. Along the far wall, from floor to ceiling, there is a great cabinet of small wooden drawers. Each drawer has a small label. Each label is written in the same careful hand. The drawers are dark with age and handling. The brass handles have been polished very smooth. This is where the herbs live. Behind the long wooden counter sits your new master. He is an old man with a thin white goatee. He moves slowly. He speaks slowly. He does not smile very often, but he does not shout either. In his hands he holds 2 smooth walnut shells, rolling them against each other. The sound is quiet and rhythmic. Click, click, click. He looks at you for a long moment. Then he nods once, very slowly. That is all the welcome you get, but it is enough. Your first task every morning is to wake before the sun. The town is still dark when you rise. The roosters have not yet started. You pull on your clothes in the cold and come downstairs. You sweep. The stone floor is swept every morning. Every corner. Every shadow along the wall. The short broom for under the shelves. The long broom for the open floor. Then you take a damp cloth and wipe the face of every drawer in the medicine cabinet. Every single one. You count them once out of curiosity. There are over 100. The cloth leaves a slight shine on the old dark wood. When you are done, the whole wall gleams faintly, like a wall of sleeping secrets. By the time pale light comes in through the front window, your master is already seated at his place behind the counter. He does not comment on the sweeping. He does not say it looks good. He simply resumes rolling his walnuts. Click, click. Quietly, you begin to understand. The silence is not unkind. It is simply the sound of a man who expects work to be done and trusts you to do it. In the afternoons, after the morning's patients have come and gone, you and the other apprentices work with the herbs. The herbs do not arrive ready. They come raw and sometimes dirty and sometimes strange smelling. They come from mountain collectors and from traveling traders, wrapped in cloth, packed in jars, or loose in baskets. And before any of them can go into a drawer and become medicine, they must be processed. This surprises you. You had not imagined how many steps there might be between a plant on a mountainside and a careful pinch of powder in a doctor's hand. Some herbs are soaked in yellow rice, wine, and then roasted in a pan. This is called juji, wine processing. The wine, it is said, helps carry the herb's effect upward through the body, to the lungs and the heart and the head. Some herbs are stir-fried with raw honey. This softens the harsh edges of the medicine, is less than hashone. 5 hash is greater than, adds a nourishing quality, and makes the medicine, as your master once puts it with rare dry humor, slightly less unpleasant to swallow. Some herbs are fried with zauxintu, the packed earth from the center of a cooking stove, stove heart soil. This strengthens the herb's relationship with the stomach and the spleen. You learn all of this slowly. You learn it through your hands and not through your head. There is one herb that you will never forget. It is called ban sha, half summer, if you translate its name directly. A small white tuber, smooth and round. In its raw state, it is poisonous. You learn this the hard way. Your first morning handling raw ban shia, you have no gloves. The other apprentices have gloves. You did not know to ask. You work for 2 hours with bare hands, cutting and sorting the tubers. By mid-afternoon, your hands begin to itch. By evening, your fingers tingle at the tips. By night, the inside of your throat feels strange. Not painful, exactly, just thick. The way air feels when it has been sitting too long in a closed room. You tell your master. He looks at your hands. He looks at your face. He says nothing for a long moment. Then, very slowly, very calmly, he says, "If you had not felt it yourself, you would never have truly remembered it." A doctor must know the temperament of every herb. Sometimes the body is the best teacher. He gives you a small cup of ginger and licorice tea to drink. By morning, the tingling has faded. But you remember Banxia for the rest of your life. And whenever you explain it to your own students, years later, you touch that memory the way you might touch a scar that has long since healed. Gently. Briefly. The part of your day you love best is when your master sees patients. You are allowed to stand quietly at the edge of the room and watch. You are not allowed to speak. You are not allowed to ask questions until the patient has gone. You simply watch. And you watch very carefully. A patient comes in. They sit down across the counter from your master. And he does something unexpected. He does not speak immediately. He simply looks. He studies the patient the way you might study a painting. The color of the face. Is it pale? Flushed? A faint yellowish tone around the eyes? He looks at how they walked in, their posture in the chair, the quality of light in their eyes. This is called Wangzhen. Observation. The first of the 4 methods. Then he asks them to speak. He listens to the quality of their voice. Is it strong or thin? Does the breath catch at the edges? Is less than Hazhon. 5 hash is greater than, and very quietly, almost imperceptibly, he breathes in the air near them. This is Wenzhen. Listening and smelling. The second method. Then come the questions. What they have been eating. How they have been sleeping. Whether their mood has been heavy or light. Whether they feel cold in places that should be warm. Whether they feel heat in places that should be cool. This is the third method, also called Wenzhen. Questioning. A different character, but the same sound. And last of all, your master extends 3 fingers and lays them very gently on the inside of the patient's wrist. He closes his eyes. He does not move for a long time. The whole room seems to hold its breath with him. This is Qiezhen. Pulse diagnosis. The 4th method. Together, these 4 make up the foundation of Chinese medical diagnosis. Wang, Wen, Qi. Observe, listen, ask, feel. Simple to say. A lifetime to truly understand. Your master once tells you, on a slow afternoon, that a good doctor's 3 fingers are like a pair of invisible eyes. They can feel the movement of qi and blood inside the body. They can sense the difference between fullness and emptiness. They can feel the weight of a person's inner world. He says this quietly, without drama. The walnuts turn in his hands as he speaks. Click, click. You believe him. The shop fills with the scent of simmering herbs on winter afternoons. Someone in the back is always cooking something. Steam rises through the small window above the stove and curls into the cold air outside. Patients come and go through the wooden front door. The door creaks in a particular way. You learn that creak the way you learn a familiar voice. You learn to hear it and not startle at it. Some patients come every week. Some come only once. Some come in pale and frightened and leave with a small package of herbs and a calmer face. You watch all of it. You say nothing, but you are watching very carefully. Your first chance to treat a patient alone comes on a hot summer afternoon. Your master has been called to the county magistrate's household. Your senior apprentices have gone to the herb market. The shop is quiet. You sit behind the counter with a text open in front of you. The Tang Tu Gejue, the Song of Prescriptions, a long poem for memorizing classical formulas. The words blur in the afternoon heat. You are very close to falling asleep. Then the door opens. It is Wang Dashen from next door. You know her well. She is the loudest person on the street. She laughs at everything. She has opinions about everything. You have never seen her look like this. She is doubled over, one hand pressed to her stomach. Her face is white. Tiny beads of sweat have appeared along her forehead. She says, through gritted teeth, "Little doctor, it feels like knives. Help me." You stand up very fast. Your heart begins to beat quickly. You feel the sweat start on your palms. You say, quietly, "My master is not here. Perhaps—" She shakes her head. She cannot wait. You breathe. You think of your master's voice. The doctor must hold the heart of a parent. A patient who comes to you cannot be turned away. You ask her to sit down. You begin, slowly and carefully, to do what you have watched your master do 100 times. You look at her face, pale, with a slight grayness at the corners of the mouth. You look at her tongue, a thick white coating. Not yellow, white. You ask her what she ate at noon. She thinks. Mung bean soup, she says, with ice. It was so hot today. She wanted to cool down. She mentions also that she feels like vomiting, a thick and heavy nausea. Not sharp, just heavy and wrong. You know this picture. Summer heat and iced food. The cold has entered the stomach. Dampness and cold have disrupted the center. You reach out, your hand is less than Hazhon, 0 hash is greater than, and rest 3 trembling fingers on her wrist. Your fingers are less steady than your master's. Your mind is louder. But you close your eyes and try to feel. The pulse is there, sinking and tight, like pressing down through water to find a taut string beneath. A cold pattern, everything pointing the same direction. You stand up. You walk to the medicine cabinet. Your hands find the drawers with a new kind of certainty. Huaxiang, Zisu, Haopo, Genpi. These 4 herbs together. Warm the stomach, clear the dampness, and help the center begin to move again. You wrap the herbs carefully and hand them to her. You tell her to cook them in water and drink the broth while still warm. No more cold drinks. Not for several days. She looks at you with something between doubt and hope. She takes the package. She leaves. You sit back down. Your shirt is damp with sweat. Your hands have stopped shaking, but your chest has not. You wait all afternoon. You wait through the evening. When your master returns, you tell him everything that happened. He says nothing. He picks up the prescription you wrote. He reads it once. He reads it twice. He nods very slightly. He says one word. Good. The next morning is less than Hazhon. 0 hash is greater than. Wang Dashin appears at the door with a basket of eggs. Her face is pink and cheerful again. Her voice is as loud as ever. She calls you a little miracle doctor. The neighbors come out to see what the noise is about. You scratch the back of your neck and look at the floor. But inside, something warm and solid has taken root. The days in Huichun Tang pass like the movement of water. Slow, steady, always going somewhere, though you cannot always see where. You memorize prescriptions at night by lamplight. The oil flame is small and yellow. It throws the shapes of the herbs on the wall in moving shadow. You recite the formulas under your breath, until they are part of you like the rhythm of breathing. Over time, you begin to understand, and your understanding goes deep. As the seasons turn in the courtyard behind Huichun Tang, and as the young apprentice grows into something steadier, the work of the shop brings different visitors through the door. Not all of them carry ordinary pain. Some carry something harder to name, something that no herb can simply clear away. The woman who had forgotten how to want anything. The wealthy merchant's household is on the far side of town. You have walked past it many times. The walls are high and white. The gate has carved wooden panels. From outside, on quiet evenings, you can sometimes hear the thin notes of an instrument being played somewhere inside. One morning, a message arrives at Hui Chun Tang. The merchant's wife is unwell. They have tried many doctors. None of the treatments have helped. They are asking your master to come. He agrees. He tells you to come with him. He says, "Watch, say nothing." You follow him through the carved gate, into a courtyard of polished stone. Potted plants stand in rows on either side. A magnolia tree stands in the center, past its blooming. Its leaves are dark and completely still. The inner rooms smell of sandalwood, and something heavier beneath it, a faint staleness. The smell of windows not opened for a long time. The merchant's wife is lying on a low couch by the window. She is a woman of perhaps 40. Her hair is still pinned neatly. Her clothes are fine, but her face is yellow and flat, like a lantern with no candle burning inside it. She is not sick with pain. She simply does not want anything. She does not want food. She does not want company. She does not want the day to come or go. She sighs many times. Sometimes she cries without quite knowing why. The merchant tells your master this quietly in the corridor. He says all the other doctors have said she is not sick. They say she is simply thinking too much. He twists the edge of his sleeve as he speaks. Your master nods slowly. He goes in. He sits near the couch, not too close. He observes her for a long time in silence. Then he asks the questions only he would know to ask. About the quality of sleep. About what time of day the sighing is worst. About whether there is pressure or tightness under the ribs. She answers quietly, "Yes, under the ribs on the left side." "Yes, worse in the late afternoon." "Yes, she dreams of nothing at all." He takes her pulse. He holds it for longer than usual. When he is done, he is quiet for a moment. Then he says something that surprises even you. He says, "Your body is not what is sick. Your liver is what is stuck." He explains calmly that in Chinese medicine, the liver is responsible for the free movement of qi throughout the body. Think of it as a river keeper, he says. When the water flows freely, everything is well. But when emotion has blocked the flow for too long, the river becomes sluggish, stagnant. The chest feels tight. The appetite disappears, is less than has hone, 5 hash is greater than. The spirit loses its direction. This condition is called gan qi yuji. Liver qi stagnation. In older texts, it is part of what is called yu zhen, the stagnation syndrome. He gestures to you. You step forward. He asks you to write the prescription. You walk to a small writing table near the wall. You pick up the brush. Your hand is steadier than it once was. You write, Xiao Yao San, the free and easy wanderer powder. One of the great classical formulas for this kind of stagnation. Chai Hu, to open the liver and let the qi move. Dangui and Bai Shao, to nourish the blood that feeds the liver. Bai Zhu and Fuling, to strengthen the stomach and spleen below. And a small amount of bohi fresh mint, to help the stagnant qi disperse at the surface. You hand the prescription to your master. He reads it. He does not change a word. Before leaving, your master turns to the merchant and adds something beyond the herbs. He says, let her walk in the garden every morning. Even 10 minutes in sunlight will do more than a bowl of medicine. Let her grow something. A pot of chrysanthemums. Give her something that needs her. And play music in the evenings. Not for entertainment, for the qi. The walk back to Huichun Tang is quiet. You walk a little behind your master, as always. The afternoon light comes through the trees in long, angled pieces. Somewhere ahead, someone is frying dough. The smell reaches you and then fades. You ask your master, carefully, is her illness from something that happened to her? He rolls the walnuts once. He says, sometimes the most real illness leaves no mark on the tongue or the pulse that others can read. Only on the spirit. And the spirit is part of the body. Always. They are not two things. You walk the rest of the way in silence. But you carry that sentence with you. For the rest of your life. A few weeks later, word comes from the merchant's household. She is eating again. She has planted a pot of marigolds on the window ledge. She was seen in the garden early one morning, walking very slowly in the light. That is all the news there is. But it is enough. Over time, you see more cases that teach you things no book could. You treat a man who cannot stop sweating even in cold weather. A woman whose joints ache worse when it rains. An elderly grandmother who coughs every winter with a sound like tearing paper. Each time, you practice the 4 methods. Each time, you stand at the edge of your knowledge and reach a little further. Sometimes you are right. Sometimes you are wrong. When you are wrong, your master does not lecture you. He simply shows you where you went astray. Quietly, without drama. He says once, on a rainy afternoon. The good doctor is not the one who is never wrong. It is the one who learns from being wrong and does not do it the same way twice. The rain taps against the roof tiles above you. The herbs smell stronger in the damp air. You nod and return to your texts. In truth, the years inside Huichun Tang are among the quietest of your life. The seasons change around the shop, but the shop itself does not change. The herbs come in. They are processed. They go into the drawers. Patients arrive. Prescriptions are written. The morning sweeping is done. Simple and calm. Quiet, patient, unhurried. But one day, your master folds his hands on the counter and says something you have not heard him say before. He says, "You have read enough books for now. Come, we will go walking for a while." The wandering doctor's roads. The road out of town is dusty in the early morning. You carry a medicine box on your back. It is not heavy, but it is enough. Inside are the essential herbs, a few small instruments, and a bundle of needles wrapped in soft cloth. Your master walks ahead of you, slowly, as always. His pace does not change whether the road is flat or climbing. He simply walks. And you walk behind him. You are Ixing Jiao Langzhong now. Wandering doctors. Doctors who belong to the road, and to whoever they happen to find along it. The first thing you notice is how different the land is. You grew up in one kind of air. As you travel south and east, the air changes. It becomes thicker and wetter. The trees are different. The smell of the villages is different. More wet earth. More standing water. More green in everything. And the people are different too. Not their faces or their voices, but their bodies. In the humid south, the most common complaints you encounter involve the joints. Men and women whose knees and hips swell with the rain, whose fingers curl slightly in cold, damp weather, whose shoulders ache in a low, grinding way that no amount of rest seems to fix. This is called Bijang, the obstruction syndrome. Wind, cold, and damp have entered the joints is less than Hasson. 5 is greater than, and settled there like unwelcome guests who have forgotten their manners. Your master treats them with Qiang Huo and Du Huo, 2 roots that push wind and damp outward from the channels. He uses needles as well, placing them along the lines of the limbs, and then warming them with burning moxa above the skin. The small cone of compressed mugwort smolders slowly, sending warmth down into the joint. The patients lie still on their mats with their eyes closed. The smell of burning moxa fills the low-ceilinged room. Herbal and faintly acrid, ancient smelling. In the north, things are different. The air is drier. In autumn especially, there is a cutting quality to the wind. The patients here cough. Dry coughs with no phlegm. Just a constant tightness and irritation in the throat. The dryness has entered the lungs. Your master uses shanshen and meidong, cool, moist-natured roots that moisten the lung from inside, like sending a soft rain into a dry field. You begin to understand something important here. A person cannot be separated from the place they live. The land shapes the body over time. The air shapes the lungs. The season shapes the spirit. In Chinese medicine, this principle has a name. Yin Di Ji Yi. Treat according to place. What works in the south may not work in the north. A doctor who forgets this is less than has-hone. 5 hash is greater than. Is like a farmer who plants the same crop everywhere, regardless of the soil. You travel through small towns and smaller villages. You sleep in guest houses with thin quilts. You eat whatever is served. Millet in the north. Rice in the south. Sometimes a piece of dried fish. Sometimes nothing much at all. The life is spare but not unkind. People know the wandering doctor is coming before he arrives. Word travels fast in small places. By the time you reach a village, there is usually a small group of people waiting. They stand by the well or by the village gate. They hold their elbows. They have questions they have been saving for months. You and your master sit wherever there is shade. Sometimes in someone's yard. Sometimes under the village tree. Patients come one at a time. Wang, wen, qi. The same 4 movements. In any courtyard, in any province, under any kind of light. Among the folk remedies you encounter on the road, some are strange and some are very wise. In one mountain village, you see a man apply a web of spider silk to a bleeding wound on his forearm. It is pressed flat against the cut. The bleeding slows. Your first instinct is to say something against this. It is unclean. It comes from a spider. But your master watches and says nothing. Later, walking away, he tells you quietly that spider silk has a contracting quality, that it may help close the surface of a wound, that in a place with no medicine, it is a reasonable thing to try. Does this mean we should recommend it? You ask. No, he says. It means we should not be quick to laugh at it. You think about this for several days. You also encounter De Long, the earth dragon, dried earthworm, an old woman in a riverside town. gives it to a feverish child, ground into fine powder and mixed with cool water. She says her own grandmother did the same, and her grandmother's grandmother. Your master nods. Dai Long is cold in nature, he explains. It clears internal heat. It is in the classical texts. The old woman does not know this. She knows only what her family has always done. But the result is the same. In truth, the folk knowledge and the written knowledge come from the same source. Thousands of years of watching bodies closely, watching what works and what does not, writing it down or not writing it down, but passing it on either way. You pass through a town famous for its ceramics. The kilns are everywhere. The streets near the kilns are always white with fine dust. The dust settles on your clothes and in your hair. The moment you walk into that part of the town, your master is quiet here. You can tell he is watching something carefully. He asks to examine several of the older workers. Men who have been at the kilns for 20 years or more. They sit heavily when they sit down. They breathe with effort. Their coughs are dry and low and constant, like something grinding deep in the chest. When he comes outside, he stands in the street and looks at the white dust settling on a wall. He says, the kilns are inside their lungs now. They have been breathing this dust for too long. The channels are blocked. The qi cannot pass through. He is quiet for a moment. Then, there is very little we can do for the ones already sick. But for the ones who are still well, we can do one thing. He teaches the workers to make masks from folded, damp cloth. He shows them how many layers. He shows them how to slightly wet the cloth before entering the kiln area. The foreman looks skeptical. The paperwork involved in changing old habits, as it were, moves slowly. But then again, paperwork often does. A few of the younger men listen. A few of them try. Your master does not make grand promises. He simply says, the dust cannot be removed from the ones who already carry it, but it does not have to reach the ones who do not. You walk away from that town feeling something new, not the satisfaction of treating a patient. Something quieter, something about prevention, about what it means to protect people before they are hurt. This idea will stay with you for the rest of your life. On the road, you also encounter people you cannot easily classify. In one mountain valley, there is a man they call the Wu Yi, a healer who does not use herbs. He uses ritual, incense, chanting, a particular dance done at night in firelight for patients who are suffering from what others cannot explain. You are skeptical. You say as much quietly. quietly to your master. He does not agree or disagree. He says, "Go and watch him once." So one evening you do. You stand at the edge of the firelight, and you watch the Wu Yi work on a young woman who has not spoken a clear word in 3 weeks. Not since something frightened her deeply. She stares. She barely eats. The Wu Yi burns something that fills the air with heavy, sweet smoke. He moves around her slowly. He chants in a low rhythm. His hands pass near her without touching her. The fire bends and straightens. You are watching for trickery. You do not find any. There is just a man doing something very old, with great care and great seriousness. And at the end of it, the young woman looks up, is less than has hone, 0 hash, is greater than, her eyes are clearer. She breathes differently. Something has loosened. Your master, sitting beside you, says something you will remember for many years. He says, there is an old branch of Chinese medicine called Zhuyuke, the branch of chanting and ceremony. In the Tang dynasty, it was one of the 13 official departments of the Imperial Medical Bureau. It has been misunderstood as superstition for a long time. But look at what it does. It creates a space in which the frightened mind gives itself permission to release its grip. That is not nothing. That is something very particular, very human. You watch the young woman accept a bowl of rice from her mother. She eats slowly, but she eats. Over time, you soften certain opinions you once held. Medicine is a very large word. You are only one person inside it. The road eventually turns northward, and then it stops being a choice at all. Elsewhere in the country, along the northern borders, something is moving closer. Something that will interrupt the quiet rhythm of your traveling life, in a way that nothing else has yet done. The military camp and the Great Plague. The summons comes one morning without warning. Men in official uniforms arrive with horses and a written order. The army needs doctors. You and your master have no choice in the matter. Within 2 days, you are inside the military camp. You have never been anywhere like it. The camp is enormous. Tents stretch in long rows across a wide plain. The air smells of horses and wet leather and smoke. Men move in every direction at all hours. There is noise at night. There is noise before dawn. You lie awake on your mat in the medical tent and listen to the sounds around you, and think of Huichun Tang, the small, creaking door. The drawer handles polished smooth. The sound of walnuts. They feel very far away now. The work here is different from anything you have trained for. You are handed a basin and a cloth and told to start cleaning wounds. You do it. Your first morning is very difficult. The books describe wounds in calm and measured language. The reality is not calm. The reality is wet and warm and urgent. But you manage. You focus on the hands. You focus on the task. You let the rest of the room become smaller in your awareness. Over the first few weeks, your hands learn things they could not have learned any other way. They learn how to clean a wound quickly, how to stop bleeding with the right amount of pressure, how to apply the Jin Chuang Yao, the golden wound powder, and wrap it properly so it holds. The Jin Chuang Yao is made from Sangqi, Baiji, Ruxiang, Moyao, 4 herbs together that stop bleeding, reduce swelling, and ease pain. Every military doctor has their own version of the formula. Yours comes from your master's recipe, which he learned from his master, and his master before that. Another common problem in the camp is what you might call the problem of the land. Many soldiers have come from the south. They are now in the north. The water is different. The food is different. The air is colder and drier, and their stomachs are not pleased about any of this. Men vomit. Men have stomach cramps that leave them hunched over in their tents. Men lose strength quickly. An army that cannot digest its food cannot fight. You set up a large cauldron behind the medical tent. Every morning you fill it with water and a mixture of herbs for the stomach, Woxiang for the damp and cold, Fuling and Baiju for the spleen, a little dried ginger for warmth, a little chenpi to help the digestive qi move. You distribute it to the men each morning in plain wooden bowls. It smells strong, but it works. Quietly, over the following weeks, is less than Hazhon. 0 hash is greater than. The stomach complaints begin to decrease. The men start eating properly again. Their energy returns. Nobody makes a celebration of this. But you notice, when the conflict ends and the soldiers are sent home, you and your master are released as well. You walk back the way you came. You do not speak much on the road home. You have seen things that have changed the proportions of the world for you. Life looks different after you have held it in such close proximity to its ending. Not darker, not heavier, just more vivid, more real. You notice more on this walk home. The exact color of the evening sky, the smell of rain on stone, the sound of a rooster somewhere in the fields below the road. But the story does not return to quiet immediately. You have not been home long. When the summer brings something worse than armies, the drought comes first. The river level drops week by week. The mud along its banks hardens and cracks. The wells go lower. The crops in the surrounding fields go brown and thin. And then, in the deep heat of midsummer, the illness begins. A few people, then more, then many. The first sign is high fever, a fast, thick heat that climbs quickly, then the stomach, then the whole body fails within days. A fear settles over the village is less than Hasson. 5 hash is greater than. That is different from the fear of ordinary illness. This fear moves through walls. It sits in the air between people. People burn paper offerings outside their doors. People nail talismans to their gates. But the illness does not respect talismans. It keeps moving. In the classical texts, this kind of illness has a name, Likhi, a pestilential qi. The ancient physician Zhang Zhongjing wrote about it, almost 2,000 years before your time. He described watching his own family lose 2/3 of its members to such a plague. In under 10 years, he wrote his great text, the Shanghan Lun, the treatise on cold damage, partly in response to that grief, partly as a way of never being helpless again. You think of him as you walk through the village in the mornings. You think of how little has changed. The same illness, the same fear, and somewhere the same refusal to give up. You and your master visit every household that will open its door. You work from before dawn until the stars are out again. You sleep 2 or 3 hours at most. You wake and begin again. The pattern of the illness becomes clearer as you see more cases. The fever is high and wet. The coating on every tongue is yellow and thick. The pulse is slippery and rapid. The nausea is overwhelming. This is a hot and damp pestilence. The season, the heat, the drought, the poor water quality, all of it has created conditions for this kind of epidemic to spread. You and your master design a formula together. Jinyin Hua and Liang Qiao to clear the heat. Banlangen to reduce the toxic quality of the illness. Huaxiang and Pei Lan to resolve the damp. You boil this in large pots. You distribute it to every household, the sick and the well alike, not just as treatment. As prevention, you also burn Aikao and Kangju in the streets at dusk. Mugwort and atractylodes. Their strong aromatic smoke rises into the evening air. In Chinese medicine, fragrant herbs are believed to drive away pathogenic influences. And on these particular evenings, it feels like the only gesture you can make toward the darkness. So you make it. You do one more thing. something that earns you strange looks from the neighbors. You notice that the waste from the sick households is being discarded near the main water source. You cannot say exactly why this troubles you. You have no theory from any text. But something in the logic of what you are seeing makes this feel deeply wrong. The illness spreads. The waste goes into the water. The people drink the water. More people become ill. You insist that all waste be buried in the ground, far from the wells. You insist that everyone boil their drinking water. The headman asks you why. You say honestly, "I cannot tell you exactly, but I can see what is happening, and I believe this will help." Your master stands behind you. He says simply, "He is right, do it." They do it. The epidemic lasts nearly 2 months. There is grief in those months that you carry quietly. People you knew, faces you had seen for years. You watch your master one night, sitting alone outside on a stone step, looking at the dark sky. He does not know you are there. His hands are in his lap. The walnuts are still. He looks old and tired and very human. You go back inside without a word. Some things are private, but slowly the epidemic does begin to ease. Fewer new cases each week. Then fewer still. Then one morning you realize that no one new fell ill the day before, nor the day before that. The village slowly opens its doors again. People walk outside in the morning light. Children are let out of their houses. Dogs wander in the lanes. Cooking smells return to the air in the early evening. Somewhere, a family is frying scallion pancakes for the first time in weeks. You smell it, and your eyes sting slightly. You are not sure if it is smoke. Perhaps it is. Afterwards, the village treats you and your master with a kind of reverence that sits uncomfortably on both of you. You return to your routines, but you are not quite the same as before. Something has settled into the way you think about medicine. Not a theory, just a direction toward prevention, toward the question of how many people might never need to come through your door at all. Later years, the palace, the book, and the last autumn, your reputation grows without your trying to grow it. People talk. Travelers carry news from town to town. Your name travels further than your body ever has. One morning, a group of horses arrives at the shop. An official in a dark blue robe reads from a scroll. There is a formal summons. You are to come to the capital. A person of importance is ill. You are needed. Your master looks at the scroll, then at you. He nods once. Slowly, you pack your medicine box. The capital is enormous. You have not imagined it correctly. The walls are twice as tall as you pictured. The streets are wider and louder. The smells are layered in ways you cannot untangle. Incense, food, animals, fresh lumber from construction somewhere to the east. And over all of it, the clean smell of a city that is always washing itself. The palace is something else entirely. Red walls that seem to continue forever. Roof lines of deep yellow tile. Guards who look at nothing and blink at nothing. Courtyards, one after another, each one leading to a quieter and more interior one. You walk very carefully. You follow the guide and do not deviate. You are very aware of how small you are. Inside these enormous walls. The patient is the emperor's most favored consort. She has not eaten well for half a year. She sleeps poorly. She grows thinner week by week. The Taiyi Yuan, the Imperial Medical Bureau, has tried everything. Name a precious medicine and they have used it. Ginseng, deer velvet, rare mineral preparations. Still, she does not improve. You are brought in as a final attempt. The other court physicians watch you, with expressions you choose to interpret as neutral. Because of court protocol, you cannot examine her directly. You must use Xianxi Zhenmai, silk thread pulse diagnosis. A red thread is attached at one end to the consort's wrist. The other end is placed in your hand. You hold the silk and close your eyes. You do not pretend, even to yourself, that you can read much from a silk thread. Your real diagnosis has already come. From listening carefully to the attendants, from the brief observation you were allowed at a distance, and from a pattern in the information that is already clear to you. The court physicians have been treating her with tonics. Rich, heavy, warming tonics. Month after month. And she is absorbing none of it. Her stomach has grown too slow to process what is put into it. She is not deficient. She is blocked. There is a difference. A very large one. You kneel before the assembled officials is less than Hashon. 0 hash is greater than, and speak as respectfully as you know how. You say, in my humble estimation, the difficulty is not that Her Highness lacks strength. The difficulty is that her stomach has become too full of richness to move. Like a millstone that has been loaded beyond its capacity. It cannot turn. Whatever enters, it simply sits. A silence. You continue, very carefully. My suggestion would be to reduce the tonics for now, and to offer instead something very simple. Millet congee. Plain. Warm. With a small amount of herbs to help the stomach begin moving again. Shanja. Maya. Mountain hawthorn and malted barley. Humble things, but appropriate things. The senior court physician looks at you, as if you have suggested serving the imperial consort roadside noodles. His expression is very precise. But your master, permitted to accompany you, speaks briefly from the side of the room. He says only, "This accords with the classical principle. The deficient cannot receive what cannot be absorbed." Another long silence. In the end, the decision is made in your favor. You spend 3 days in the palace waiting. They are among the strangest days of your life. You have a small room with a sleeping mat and a candle. At night you listen to the distant sounds of the palace at rest. Footsteps on flagstone. A door in a far courtyard. Somewhere very distant, water falling. On the morning of the 4th day, a message comes. The consort has eaten. A bowl of plain congee. The first full meal in weeks. You sit with this information for a moment. Then you let out a breath that you did not realize you had been holding. The emperor's reward is generous. You are invited to remain and join the Taiyi Yuan. It is an honor that many would give a great deal to receive. You think about it for an entire day. You walk the inner courtyards. You look at the yellow roof tiles. You think about what a life here would mean. A permanent address, security, proximity to power. And then you think about the other things. The constraint, the careful, conservative medicine that palace life requires, the narrow channel. You think about the wandering roads. You think about the ceramic workers and their cloth masks. You think about Wang Dashan and her eggs. The next morning, you decline very politely. You bow very low. You express great gratitude for the honor. You explain that your skills are better suited to the common people of the countryside. Nobody argues with you. They simply nod. They have probably met your type before. You and your master walk out of the palace gate is less than Hazon. 5 hash is greater than, and into the ordinary street. The noise and the smell of the city immediately press back in on all sides. You look at your master. He is already looking at the road south. He says, "Ready?" You say, "Yes." You start walking. Back in Huichun Tang, you use the emperor's reward well. You expand the shop. You add a small waiting room with wooden benches. You establish one rule that is never to be broken. The very poor pay nothing. The poor pay what they can. Everyone else pays the usual rate. This is not a difficult rule to maintain, and it is what your master would have done. Slowly, the patients bring you more of what life is made of. Women come to you with concerns that they cannot easily speak about elsewhere. Your careful listening becomes something people talk about. A doctor who does not dismiss. A doctor who asks the right questions. You learn that in Chinese medicine, the health of a woman's blood is central to everything. The monthly cycle, the capacity to carry a child, the process of birth and recovery, all of it runs through the condition of the blood. The formula you use most often is called Si Wu Tang, the four-substance decoction. 4 herbs only. Dangui, Chuang Shong, Baishao, Shudi. It is sometimes called the first formula of women's medicine. Together, the 4 herbs nourish the blood, move it where it is stuck, and calm the liver that governs its rhythm. Simple, ancient, reliable. You see farmers' wives who have worked through pain for years. You see mothers who have had no recovery after their children were born. You see a young woman from a wealthy family whose chest aches with something she cannot name. Each of them sits across from you, in the same chair that your master sat behind for so many years. You listen. You are patient. You do not rush the story out of them. One of the most difficult cases of your life is a difficult birth. You are called in the middle of the night. A young woman. Labor has been happening for a full day. The midwife is exhausted and frightened. You assess the situation quickly. The child is not positioned well. Tonight is not a comfortable night to attempt something new. But there is no other option. You wash your hands many times with boiled water, more times than anyone thinks necessary. You are gentle and you are slow, and you talk quietly to the woman throughout. You do not tell her exactly what you are doing. You just tell her she is doing well, that it will not be long, that you are right here. There is a moment when you feel the child shift, a gradual repositioning under your hands, like a river deciding on a new course. Less than an hour later, a child is born and crying loudly. The mother closes her eyes and breathes. You step outside into the night air and stand for a while in the dark. Your hands are shaking slightly. You let them shake for a moment. Then you breathe. Then you go back inside. Children, too. The shop becomes known among parents. Chinese medicine calls pediatrics the mute branch, the silent specialty, because children cannot say what is wrong. They can only show or cry, which is not always the same. You learn to read the face and the cry and the movement as one continuous language. You learn to look at the small vein on the inner side of the index finger, the zhuan, the finger vessel, which tells you about the depth and quality of an illness in ways the pulse cannot on such a small wrist. You also learn pediatric tuina, the gentle manipulation that can move a child's qi without a single herb or needle. You use it on a feverish child whose mother holds him in her arms while you work on his small hands. He quiets. He sleeps. The mother mouths something to you. It might be thank you, or it might just be relief. In that moment, there is no difference. You keep a small jar of malt sugar on the counter, is less than has hone. 5. Hash is greater than for children who have cried enough for one visit. A tiny piece offered after the examination is enough to make many of them agree, in principle, to cooperate the next time. There is a scholar who comes to you one afternoon, young, thin, very serious looking. He sits down and tells you he thinks he is dying. You examine him carefully. You find nothing dangerous. Slightly weak pulse. Some deficiency. Normal for a young man who does not sleep or eat regularly. You ask him what has been happening. He tells you about the examination. The xiangxi. He has failed it for the second time. Years of study. Years of ink and lamplight and copied texts. And still, he says, everything feels dark now. He says, I cannot see the point. He says this quietly and without drama, which makes it more real to hear. You give him a prescription. Yuanji for the spirit. Fushen and Suanzaoren for sleep. The herbs that hold the heart steady when the heart wants to let go. But you also do something outside of medicine. You ask him to come back tomorrow, and the day after. You ask him to help you sort dried herbs in the morning. You ask him to write out a few prescriptions for you. Since your calligraphy, you tell him honestly, has always been something that patients tolerate rather than admire. He almost smiles. He comes back, and the day after, you do not talk about the examination. You talk about herbs. You talk about the roads you have walked. You talk about the ceramic workers and their cloth masks. You talk about the woman who forgot how to want things, and the marigolds she planted on her window ledge. One morning, without any announcement, he says, I think perhaps there is more than one kind of life worth living. You arrange a row of dried roots on the workbench. You do not reply immediately. Then you say, "In my experience, yes." Quite a few more. He leaves one afternoon with a small parcel of herbs and a calmer face than when he arrived. You watch him go from the doorway. You think, "That one was not a body I treated. That was a direction I redirected, slightly. Barely a nudge, really. But sometimes that is all that is needed." The years pass the way they always do. Quietly, and then suddenly, quickly. One autumn, your master becomes ill. Not dramatically. Not suddenly. He simply slows further. He sits more. He speaks less. His breathing grows shallow in the evenings. You give him medicine every day. He takes it without comment. One morning in late autumn, he calls you to his room. The light through the window is the color of pale gold. The leaves of the locust tree outside are turning. A few have fallen on the sill. He takes the walnuts from his bedside table and places them in your hands. They are warm from his palms. They are extremely smooth. Years and years of handling have made them feel almost like water, held in the shape of stone. He looks at you for a moment. Then he says, very slowly, "Be a good person first. Then be a good doctor. That is all." You stay in the room until the morning light changes. Then you go and make a pot of tea. You bring a cup back for each of you. He is already asleep. You sit beside him and drink yours alone, quietly. He is buried in the hills above the town, in a place where you used to walk together, looking for certain plants in the early spring. You know every stone on that path. You take over Hui Chun Tang. You sit behind the same counter. You have your own apprentices now. You watch them sweep the floors before dawn. You watch them wipe the drawer faces clean. You watch them huddle over their texts at night by lamplight. You try very hard not to remember being young. It is too distracting. But you do, sometimes. Slowly, over many quiet years, you begin to write. Not a formal treatise, not a pharmacopoeia. You write cases, one at a time. The patient, the condition, the logic of the diagnosis, the formula, the result. And sometimes, when the result was not what you hoped, the failure and what you understood from it. You write under a single lamp each evening. After the last patient has gone, the shop is dark and quiet around you. The herbs smell the same as always. The lamp throws a warm circle on the table. Outside, the town settles toward sleep. Dogs. Distant voices. Then nothing. You write for 10 years like this. A little each night. Slowly. Patiently. Unhurried. When it is finished, you carry the completed manuscript to the small shelf where your master's memorial tablet stands. You light a stick of incense. You say, very quietly, I did not waste what you gave me. You stand there while the incense burns. The smoke rises in a slow, thin line, and then disperses. Very gently, very completely. The book is copied and given to each of your apprentices. They carry it when they leave. Some go south. Some go north. One goes to a town 3 weeks' walk away, where there has been no doctor for years. You receive letters from them, sometimes. Questions about difficult cases. News of births and recoveries. One sends you a drawing of an herb he has never seen before, asking if you know it. You do not. You write back and tell him so, and tell him to find someone who does. There is no shame in not knowing a thing. There is only shame in pretending. As the years continue their unhurried passage, you spend more time sitting and less time standing. Your eyes are not what they were. You hold the medical texts further away. Your hearing needs more help than it once did. You ask patients to repeat themselves occasionally. You do not apologize for this. There is no need. They understand. Some of them are older than you. You think a great deal in these years about what it means to age well. The ancient texts call this subject yang sheng, the nurturing of life. It is one of the oldest preoccupations in Chinese medicine. How to move with the seasons and not against them. How to eat in a way that sustains rather than burdens. How to keep the spirit from becoming tight or bitter or afraid. The Huangdi Neijing says, the superior physician treats that which is not yet ill. You have thought about this sentence many times over the years. You think about it differently now. Now you understand it as something almost like poetry. The best medicine is the medicine that never has to be given. The best doctor is the one who teaches you how to not need them. You tell your remaining patients this, sometimes. The ones who come every week out of habit, more than necessity. You tell them, go home, walk in the morning, eat something warm, sleep when it is dark. Do not be always pushing forward. The river does not push. It simply goes. And quietly, over time, the river begins to slow for you too. Not with pain, mostly. not with drama, just a gradual lightening, as if the body is setting down things it no longer needs to carry. You spend the last of the good days in the courtyard. Your chair is moved out when the mornings are warm enough. You sit with a thin quilt over your legs. The sun comes across the wall at an angle in the late morning. It lands on your hands. You look at your hands. Old hands. Very worn. They have done a great deal. The locust tree in the courtyard is the same tree that was here when you first arrived as a boy. It is much larger now. In the morning, its shadow crosses your chair slowly, the way time passes when you are not fighting it. Unhurried. Quiet. Certain. You listen to the wind in the leaves. The sound is the same as it has always been. No different in your 80s than it was at 14. The wind does not know how old you are. It simply moves. The days grow shorter. The morning light takes longer to arrive. Your breathing is quieter than it used to be. Not labored. Just quiet. You think, in those long morning hours in the chair, about all the things you saw. The young man with the spiderweb wound. The ceramic workers and their white dust. The military camp and the smell of burning moxa. The great pot of herb broth for the soldiers' stomachs. The plague village slowly opening its doors again. The palace walls and the yellow roof tiles. The scholar who came thinking he was dying is less than has-hone. 0 hash is greater than, and left thinking perhaps he might want to live a little differently. You think of Wang Dashen and her eggs. You smile a little at that one. You think of the merchant's wife and her marigolds on the window ledge. You think of your master's hands rolling the walnuts. Click. 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 In truth, you have come to understand something simple. At the very end of a long and complicated journey, a doctor's work is not to win against death. Death is not something you can win against. You can postpone it. You can ease the approach. You can make the days before it more comfortable, more dignified, more full of ordinary warmth. But the work is not about winning. It is about accompanying, sitting with people in the most difficult places of their ordinary lives, being there and being steady, being someone who has seen this before and does not look afraid. That is all, in the end. That is enough. The locust tree drops a yellow leaf. It spirals slowly through the still morning air. It comes to rest on the edge of the chair beside you. You look at it for a while. A breeze passes through the courtyard. The leaf lifts again, briefly, then settles. The smell of the medicine shop drifts out through the open door. That old smell. Bark and root and honey and something slightly bitter. The smell that first reached you on a morning long ago when you were a boy standing outside a wooden door with stiff cloth shoes and a small parcel of dried vegetables and no idea what was waiting for you inside. You breathe it in. It is still the same. Some things are always the same. Your eyes grow heavy. The morning light is warm on your hands and on your face. The leaves of the locust tree make their gentle sound above you. Sh, 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 sh. The town is waking somewhere beyond the wall. Someone is drawing water from the well. Someone is opening a wooden door. The creak of it carries through the morning air. The smell of someone's breakfast fire. Rice and ginger. Simple things. Very old things. Very peaceful things. You are sitting in a chair in the sun. The walnuts are in your hands. You are not rolling them. You are just holding them. They are warm. They are smooth. They are the weight of a whole life, held gently in two palms. The locust tree breathes. The town breathes. The morning breathes. And the old doctor rests. Quietly. Without hurry. Without pain. The yellow leaf rests on the arm of the chair beside him. The sun moves slowly across the courtyard wall, and somewhere in the shop behind him, the 100 drawers of the medicine cabinet hold their old, sweet, patient silence, as they have always done, as they always will. Good night. Sleep well. You are safe. The night is long and gentle. And the morning, whenever it comes, will smell of herbs. A document is signed. A daughter becomes a possession. The gate of a great house waits at the end of a road she did not choose to walk. The night is quiet now. Wherever you are, whatever the hour, let your body grow heavy against whatever holds you. Let your breath find its own slow rhythm. There is nowhere you need to be. Only here. Only this. Tonight we travel to a country very old and very far from this moment, to the great walled households of Ming or Qing dynasty China, to a time of lacquered gates and silk screens and the smell of incense burning in dark courtyards. This is a world of exquisite order, of rituals so old they have become indistinguishable from nature, of women who lived entire lifetimes within walls they could see but never pass. We begin at the beginning, which is also, in its way, an ending. You are kneeling on a floor. Before you lies a sheet of red paper. The ink on it is not yet fully dry. It carries a faint, sharp smell, cheap and insistent, that you will always associate with this day. Your father stands nearby, the man you have known all your life as someone who moves through the world with bent shoulders and careful words. Today he is bowing, repeatedly, and with a depth of humility you have never seen from him before. He is bowing to a steward, a household manager from a great family. The steward holds several small pieces of silver between his fingers. He weighs them in his palm, and the sound they make is both bright and dull at once. That sound is the price of your life going forward. The document before you is called a marriage contract. It uses the language of ceremony. It confirms that you are a legitimate daughter, never before promised to another household, clean of all entanglements. Every careful phrase is performing a kind of dignity. But what it actually is, if you read it plainly, is a bill of sale, a record of a transaction, a transfer of a person from one man's accounting to another's. The contract is not written to protect you. It is written to protect the buyer, to confirm that what he is acquiring comes without legal complications. You are not being married in the way a wife is married. A wife comes through the 6 rites, the formal proposals, the exchange of gifts, the divination of auspicious dates, the ceremonial procession with drums and silk banners and a red lacquered palanquin large enough for 8 men to carry. A wife arrives as an event. You are arriving as a transaction. The steward tucks the silver into his sleeve. Your father receives his folded paper. He does not look at you. He has not looked at you once through any of this. 2 women you do not know take your arms, one on each side. They are servants from the household you are about to enter. They are neither unkind nor kind. They are simply efficient. You are helped into a small palanquin. The curtain is dark blue, not the crimson of a bride, just a quiet, anonymous cloth that makes no announcement to the street. The palanquin lifts and sways. The world outside narrows to whatever small light comes through the weave of the curtain. You do not know how long the journey takes. You do not know exactly where you are going. You know only that the home you came from is behind you now. The sound of it, the smell of it, the particular quality of light in your room in the early morning, all of it is behind you. You are, from this moment, a name in a ledger, an entry in a household account, a figure who will spend the rest of her life as a secondary detail in someone else's story. The palanquin sways on. You hold yourself very still inside it. There is nothing else to do. Somewhere in the city, a gate opens. The blue curtain continues to breathe with the motion of the road. The great house has a language made of architecture. Every door speaks. Every threshold declares something about the person crossing it. When the palanquin sets you down and you step out onto solid ground again, you are stopped by what you see. This is not a house. This is a country. The gate ahead of you is painted vermilion, its hinges cast in the shapes of animal heads. Stone lions crouch before it, one on each side. Their expressions hold the particular combination of authority and disdain that has been carved into stone guardians for 1,000 years. You take one step toward the great gate, and the servants who flank you gently redirect your path. Not that way. You are brought to a smaller door set into the side wall, a corner gate. In households like this one, the main gate is reserved. It opens for the head of the family, for guests of equal or greater rank, for festivals and mourning days when the house must declare itself to the world. Even the sons and daughters of the house pass through side doors in their ordinary comings and goings. And you, entering for the first time, enter through this one. This detail will repeat itself in every form for the rest of your life here. The language of doors and thresholds is the first thing the house says to you. It says, "You know your place. You have always known your place. Do not forget it." Through the corner gate, a world unfolds. Courtyard after courtyard, each deeper than the last. Covered walkways connecting them, their wooden beams carved with patterns too detailed to take in while walking. Servants move through the space with the quiet efficiency of people who have absorbed the rhythms of this household so completely that their movements look like water finding its course. You pass through the first courtyard, which is for receiving visitors, through the second with its reception halls. Then you arrive at a gate unlike the others. This one is called the Chuehua Gate, the Hanging Flower Gate. Its name comes from its most distinctive feature. The decorative pillars on either side do not touch the ground. They hang suspended, their lower ends carved into the shapes of flower petals, dangling in the air with a delicate precision that took skilled craftsmen many days to achieve. This gate marks the division between the outer world and the inner. Beyond it is the women's domain. There is a saying you have heard your whole life: a proper woman does not step past the second gate. This is the second gate. For the daughters of this household, the world ends here at its ornamental threshold. They are protected by it. They are also bounded by it. You step through. No one looks at you as you pass. The servants, moving through the inner courtyards, do not slow, do not glance. You are a new piece of furniture arriving. Nothing that requires acknowledgement. This invisibility is its own kind of instruction. You are brought at last to a small side courtyard on the eastern edge of the inner residence. A half-dead scholar tree stands near a well. The well's surface is scattered with fallen leaves. 3 small rooms face the courtyard, their windows looking onto gray stone and gray sky. The servant who has led you here gestures at the central room. This is where the yin-yang will live. Yin-yang. That is your title now. Not Furin, not Tai-Tai. Yin-yang. The word sits somewhere between aunt and concubine. It is precisely calibrated to mark what you are and are not. You step into the room. A bed. A table. 2 chairs. A small wardrobe. Through the wall, the faint sound of voices from the neighboring courtyard. You walk to the window. You can see the top of the courtyard wall and above it a narrow rectangle of gray winter sky. Somewhere beyond that wall is the central residence, the principal wife's courtyard, with its south-facing rooms and its winter warmth and its carefully tended flowering trees. The distance between your window and hers is perhaps 30 paces. The distance between your positions in this household is something else entirely. It is measured not in steps, but in the entire accumulated weight of law and custom and the way things have always been done. You stand at the window for a long time. The rectangle of sky above the wall does not change. You think this may be the view you look at for the rest of your life. The scholar tree in the courtyard stands very still. The last of its leaves cling to the branches. The night air comes through the window frame, cool and patient. Every day begins with ceremony. Every day ends with ceremony. In between, ceremony fills most of the hours. You wake before the house does. Or rather, you wake when the house wakes you. The sound of the kitchen beginning its work comes from somewhere distant, the clattering of implements, the hiss of water on hot metal, voices exchanging the clipped, practical language of people with much to do before sunrise. Your maidservant, a girl younger than you who moves with the careful quiet of someone still learning what is required, comes in to help you dress. You have not yet learned the rhythms of this place, but you already understand one thing. You have no right to lie still. The first obligation of your day is called Cheng Hun Ding Sheng, morning and evening attendance. This is an ancient ritual, drawn from the Book of Rites, originally prescribed for children attending to parents. Here, it has been expanded. Here it means that you must appear before the household's elders each morning and evening. The old master, the old mistress, and the principal wife, your Zhumu, the woman whose position in this house is everything yours is not. You follow your maidservant through the cold morning corridors. Your breath makes small clouds. The lacquered wooden floors are cold through your embroidered slippers. In the main hall, the old master and old mistress are already seated. Your husband stands to one side. The principal wife stands to the other. You approach. You gather your skirts and kneel. Your forehead does not touch the floor that is reserved for more formal prostrations, but your body folds with a precision that has been drilled into you by the servant's instructions over the preceding days. You say the prescribed words of morning greeting. Perhaps the old master makes a sound. Perhaps the old mistress waves her hand, the heavy jade on her wrist catching a flicker of lamplight. Perhaps nothing is said at all. You rise. You stand to one side. Now it is time for the morning meal. There is no place set for you at the table. You stand with the servants and wait. When the principal wife reaches toward a dish, you move to offer it more easily. When your husband's teacup nears empty, you watch for the moment to refill it. You watch them eat. Your own stomach is empty. This is simply how it is. There is a historical record from the Yongzheng era of the Qing dynasty concerning a powerful official named Yin Jishang. His mother was a concubine. Even after he rose to the rank of governor-general, one of the most powerful positions in the empire, his mother could not eat at the same table as the principal wife of the Yin family. She stood and served while others sat and ate. Only when the Yongzheng Emperor himself noticed and issued an imperial decree granting her a formal title did her position improve. The most powerful woman in her son's life, in a house her son commanded, still had to stand and wait at meal times. That is the weight of the rules you are living inside. After the meal, the principal wife turns to the day's management of the household. She may ask you to check the account books, to inspect the fabric stores, or simply to sit beside her and do needlework. You have no decisions to make. You have no authority to exercise. You are a pair of attentive hands belonging to someone else's day. The evening attendance mirrors the morning exactly. The same corridors, the same kneeling, the same careful words. Only when the principal wife dismisses you a small nod or simply turning away does your day formally end. You walk back through the darkened corridors to your small courtyard. The scholar tree is a shadow against the slightly lighter sky. The well is still. Inside your room, the lamp your maidservant has left burns in its holder, a small, steady flame. You sit on the edge of the bed. The silence of the courtyard settles around you like water. This is what a day feels like here. A long, careful performance of smallness, repeated tomorrow, and the day after that. You learn the gestures of invisibility, how to occupy a room without seeming to take up space, how to be present without being noticed. This is its own kind of art, and like all arts, it costs something to master. The lamp flame steadies in the still air of the room. Outside, the wind moves through the bare branches of the scholar tree. Every morning, a woman puts on another woman. This is called beauty. The bronze mirror on your dressing table is not of the best quality. Its surface clouds slightly at the edges, darkening to a color that blurs whatever it reflects. But it will become the center of your daily life in this house, because your face, in this place, is not your own. It is your primary instrument of work. Your maidservant brings a ceramic box, white powder inside. This is Qianfen, lead powder. People discovered the whitening properties of lead as far back as the Shang dynasty. A pale complexion has always meant one thing in this world, that you do not work in the sun, that your hands have never planted or harvested, that you belong to the class of people who are served rather than serving. The white powder is the first layer. Applied with a wide, soft brush, it covers your face, your neck, the exposed skin of your chest. It is cool and heavy where it touches you. It covers everything, the small marks and shadows of your actual face, and produces something smooth and uniform, and, in the way of this time and place, beautiful. You know it is made of lead. You know that lead accumulates in the body slowly, doing damage that takes years to reveal itself. You know that women who use it for long enough develop lesions, chronic illness, a kind of deterioration that advances quietly while the surface remains white and perfect. But you do not have a choice. In the logic of this household, the slow poison of the powder is preferable to the swift consequences of losing favor. Next comes the rouge. Made from the red-blue flower, honglan its petals crushed, the yellow juice washed away, the deep red pigment remaining, pressed into silk cotton, or formed into thin wafers called gold flower rouge. You take a small amount on your fingertip. You blend it into your cheeks in careful circles until the color seems to come from beneath the skin rather than sitting on top of it. Then a small amount on your lips. The bronze mirror shows you someone who looks healthy and flushed and alive. You know it is a construction. The eyebrows come last, and their shape matters greatly. Different dynasties have had their preferred forms. The Tang preferred short and wide the Ahuang brow, named for a moth's antennae. The Song favored something thinner and more distant the Yuanshan brow, like mountains seen through haze. You do not know which style your husband prefers. So, you draw something moderate, soft, compliant looking. Your clothing is governed by the same careful calibration. Your wardrobe holds muted tones, the pale green of lotus stems, the gray-white of cloud, the soft lavender of dried wisteria. The brighter, more declarative colors are not for you. Yellow belongs to the imperial family. The deep vermilion and purple of certain officials' robes carry ranks you cannot touch. Even the embroidery on your garments is restricted. Simple flowers and grasses at the hem. Nothing that announces itself too grandly. No phoenixes. No peonies opening in full confidence of their own beauty. You study yourself in the bronze mirror. The face, looking back, is well made and pleasant, and entirely composed of what others have required of you. It looks almost nothing like you. Or perhaps this is you, now. Perhaps you are still learning which of these two thoughts is worse. The dressing table lamp burns close to the mirror, doubling its small flame. The courtyard outside is still dark. The morning attendance is still an hour away. A small cloth bag arrives on the first day of each month. This is the economy of survival. On the first day of the month, a servant comes to your courtyard with a small cloth bag. She hands it to you without ceremony. Inside are coins, perhaps a few pieces of broken silver. This is your monthly stipend, your entire personal income for the next 30 days. This system flows down from the palace. Since the Han dynasty, imperial consorts have received official salaries calibrated precisely to rank. In the Qing dynasty, these gradations were formalized into a clear structure. The Empress Dowager received 20 taels of gold and 2,000 taels of silver annually. The Empress received 1,000. Down through the ranks of consorts and favored ladies and lower-ranked attendants, the numbers diminished with mathematical precision. By the lowest ranks, the Changzai, the daying the annual salary had shrunk to dozens of taels, plus bolts of cloth. You are in the household equivalent of those lowest ranks. Your bag is not heavy. But the question of what to do with it is complex. You cannot spend it on fine food, on ornaments, on any of the small comforts that would make your rooms feel more livable. What you spend it on is people. The cook in the kitchen needs a small consideration before she will add an extra spoonful of meat to your tray. The woman who manages the storeroom needs something in her palm before she will weigh out your winter charcoal allocation without finding reasons to reduce it. Your own maidservant needs occasional small gifts before she will tell you what she hears from the other courtyards. Information. Convenience. A tiny increment of goodwill from people who have every incentive to show you exactly as much attention as you can pay for. This is what your stipend buys. Not comfort. Survival. The deepest intelligence of this system is what it creates between women. When every woman's security depends on a single source, the favor of the man who holds this household, and when that favor is both scarce and unpredictable, the natural result is competition. A ring, casually given to one concubine, might represent the other's entire monthly stipend. A compliment spoken in front of the household can shift the balance of daily treatment for weeks. What appears to be rivalry is actually a rational response to artificial scarcity. The women are not fighting over affection. They are fighting over the resources that affection controls. Food, warmth, medical attention when sick, the future of their children. You sit with your small bag of coins and understand, in your bones, what it represents. Not wealth, not security. A leash, artfully constructed, just long enough to make you feel you are walking freely. The courtyard grows quiet in the late afternoon. The scholar tree makes a small sound when the wind passes through it, a sound like patience. Leisure, for a concubine, is not a rest from work. It is a different kind of work, performed in solitude. In the hours that are not occupied by attendance or household duties, you are left alone. You might think these are your hours. Free time. Rest. You will find that this is not quite how it works. Your time, like your person, belongs to the household in a way that is total, even when nothing specific is being demanded of you. The work that fills these hours is needlework. Spinning, weaving, sewing, embroidery, collectively called nugong, have been the prescribed occupation of women for as long as anyone can remember. They are listed in the classical texts as one of the 4 virtues of womanhood. Every woman, regardless of rank, has been doing this since childhood. You sit by the window, a frame before you with silk stretched tight across it, a needle moving through the fabric in small, repeated gestures. Perhaps you are embroidering a pouch for your husband, a handkerchief for the principal wife, something that expresses, without words, that you are obedient, diligent, without edges or ambitions that anyone needs to worry about. You have heard, through the maidservant's idle talk, how the daughters of the house spend their time. On good days they gather in the rear garden, a space of carefully arranged rocks and water and flowering trees that is not available to you. They play games. They practice the verses they are composing. On festival days they dress in their best, and sometimes even go out through the gates into the city streets to see the lanterns or visit the temple. Your world is this courtyard. You have potted plants on the stone railing of your walkway, a few chrysanthemums. You watch them through the changing seasons, the first tight buds, the full opening, the gradual browning of the petals as the cold comes in. There is something in their cycle that you recognize. In summer, if the evening is warm, you sometimes sit outside after your attendance duties are done. You watch the fireflies move through the dark courtyard. They blink in and out of visibility, those little cold lights drifting through the shadow. This, the sight of them, the small, silent brightness moving without purpose through the darkness, may be the most genuinely free thing available to you. Festival days bring a faint loosening of the usual constraints. The Flower Festival in the 2nd month. The Kishi Festival in the 7th, when the women of the household set out offerings of fruit and thread their needles by moonlight, asking the weaving maid to grant them skillful hands. You participate where you are permitted. More often, you observe. You stand at the edge of activities that belong, properly speaking, to others. The historians who have written about this era wrote mostly about men. When they wrote about women, they wrote about wives and mothers of distinguished families. Their poems were collected. Their deeds were noted in biographies. Women like you, concubines of middling households, neither famous for their art nor historically significant for their family's achievements, have left almost no trace. The absence of record is its own kind of evidence. It tells you something about whose time was considered worth preserving, whose hours mattered enough to be written down. You sit with your embroidery, and the afternoon light moves across the courtyard floor. The needle passes through the silk and back again. In and out. In and out. There is a quality to this repetition that can be endured or resisted, and you are slowly learning which approach costs less. The fireflies in the courtyard blink on and off in the summer dark. One of them drifts close to the window and then away again, its light dissolving into the night air. The relationship between principal wife and concubine is not simple enough to be called enmity. It is something more complicated and therefore more difficult to survive. Of all the relationships in your life in this household, none will consume more of your attention or cost more of your careful energy than the one with the principal wife. She is not, strictly speaking, your enemy. She is your legal superior, your administrator, the person whose mood governs the atmosphere of everything within these walls. Every morning you kneel before her. She receives your greeting from her seat while you stand. This is not incidental. It is the architecture of your relative positions made physical and repeated daily until it no longer needs to be thought about by anyone. Her authority over you is not abstract. She controls the servants who bring your meals. She manages the disbursement of the household's resources, the fabric, the charcoal, the medicines. She can, without explanation, reduce what you receive. She can make your daily life smaller or larger by increments that are difficult to protest because they are never large enough, individually, to constitute an obvious grievance. There is a category of woman in this household who outranks you, but exists in a different relationship to the principal wife, the seshi, the side room, a concubine who is related by blood to the principal wife, a younger sister, a cousin. This arrangement was not uncommon. It bound households to each other through multiple threads. It kept the domestic management more internal. A Sishi might, on certain occasions, eat at the same table, a privilege you are not permitted to imagine for yourself. You and the principal wife share a condition that neither of you chose. She, too, is enclosed within these walls. She, too, must attend to her parents-in-law with the same rituals of kneeling and greeting that you perform before her. She, too, must manage her own position with care, her primary duty being the production of a legitimate heir, the continuation of the family's orthodox bloodline. If she cannot produce a son, and you do her position, which seems impregnable, becomes suddenly fragile. This is the source of the tension between you. Not simply personal dislike. Not the ordinary friction of two women sharing a household. Your existence is a structural threat to her security. Her management of you, the small restrictions, the carefully calibrated treatment, is not cruelty for its own sake. It is self-preservation. You understand this in the way you understand other difficult truths in this place. Not with forgiveness exactly, but with a recognition that the shape of her life has made her what she is, the same way the shape of yours has made you what you are. You are both, in different registers, prisoners of the same system. Hers is the senior cell, better furnished, with more light, but it is still a cell. There are afternoons rare, and therefore memorable when something loosens between you. You are both sewing in her room. The light comes through the south-facing window in the way that only happens at this time of year, long and warm and gold. She makes a small remark about something. You respond. For a few minutes, the conversation moves in the register of two women talking rather than a superior managing a dependent. You feel, briefly, the thin possibility of something like connection. And then the moment passes. The hierarchies reassert themselves as quietly and inevitably as water finding its level. You return to your embroidery. She returns to hers. But you carry the memory of those minutes the way you carry the memory of the fireflies in the summer courtyard. Evidence that warmth is possible, even here, even in a world built to prevent it. In the principal wife's courtyard, a lamp burns late behind the carved wooden screen. Its shadow pattern moves with the flame, a breathing garden of light on the stone floor. Below the principal wife, above the servants, the concubines form their own society, with its own ranks and its own cruelties. The other women of the inner household have been watching you since the day you arrived. You thought, in the beginning, that your shared position might make you natural allies, that the common experience of being a secondary woman in a powerful household would create a kind of solidarity. You were wrong. Or rather, you were right about the feeling of common experience, and wrong about what that feeling produces when combined with scarcity and proximity. The women in the inner household exist in a hierarchy almost as elaborate as the one between themselves and the principal wife. At the top are the side wives, with blood connections to the principal wife, sisters, cousins, brought in to strengthen alliances, their position cushioned by the family relationship that gives them some protection, even when favor is withdrawn. Then there are women like you, formally contracted concubines with no family connection to the household's core. Your position entirely determined by how much you are valued and how well you have learned to conduct yourself. Below you are the Beichi concubines, who were originally the principal wife's personal servants and were elevated to this status when the husband took notice of them. Their position is permanently ambiguous. They have been raised in rank, but in the principal wife's eyes they are still, fundamentally, her maids. She retains a degree of control over them that she does not have over you. And below them are women of even less defined status, whose connection to the household is more like property than personhood. You must understand this architecture quickly. Who is currently favored? Who has the principal wife's ear? Who is allied with whom? And what frayed the alliance that preceded the current one? Who recently received a gift and from whom? And what that redistribution of favor means for everyone else? This information is survival. The competition between you moves largely without visible declaration. It can be a remark made to the principal wife that appears offhand but lands precisely. It can be a bowl of carefully prepared soup that mysteriously fails to arrive when you are unwell. It can be the timing of a summons, engineered to make someone else appear negligent. But there are also moments they occur. They are real when the competition rests. An evening when the household is still and one of the other concubines sends her maidservant to your courtyard with a small pot of hot soup. No message, no occasion, just the soup warm in your hands. An afternoon when you catch the eyes of the woman across the courtyard during a particularly prolonged scolding from one of the senior servants. The look that passes between you carries more than words could carry. A recognition. We know each other's situation completely. These moments are brief and cannot withstand any direct pressure, but they exist. They tell you that the women who are most capable of understanding what you experience are the same women the system has arranged to be your competitors. This is not an accident. A system that could be seen clearly by women who compared their experiences and thought together about what they were living through would be a system in danger. So, the system provides a sufficient number of small differences in rank and privilege to keep the comparison uncomfortable. To keep the energy directed inward. You understand this. Understanding it does not make you immune. But it allows you to feel the cage, sometimes, as something separate from yourself. Something you are inside, rather than something you are. This distinction is small. It is also everything. Snow has begun to fall on the inner courtyards. It falls on the scholar tree in your courtyard and on the flowering trees in the principal wife's courtyard alike, covering everything in the same patient white. Childbirth in the ancient household, a matter of life, of law, and of a love that is allowed to exist, but not to be called by its name. There comes a morning when you know before you are fully awake that something has changed in your body. A heaviness, a particular sensitivity to smells the kitchen oil, the incense in the corridor that turns your stomach before you have had anything to eat. You lie still for a moment, hand flat against your abdomen, considering. This is the largest wager of your life in this household. The stake you have been waiting to place since the day you arrived. When the household physician confirms it, the atmosphere around you shifts immediately. The principal wife looks at you differently. There is something new in her regard, still assessing, but now assessing something that actually matters. Your meals are managed with new attention. Herbal preparations arrive each morning, tonics drawn from formulas that have been used by pregnant women for 1,000 years. Zhang Zhongjing, the great physician of the Han Dynasty, prescribed the Dangui San for the health of the unborn. The women who manage your care in this household may not know his name, but they know the recipes that have descended from his era. Crab is forbidden too cold in nature, they say. Certain fruits. Anything too heating or too cooling. By our understanding today, most of these prohibitions have no scientific basis, but they encode something real, the extreme value placed on the life growing inside you, the terror of loss in a time when loss was common. You are also instructed in the rules of Taijiao fetal education, the ancient belief that a mother's experiences during pregnancy imprint themselves on the child. You should not listen to harsh words, should not look at ugly or disturbing things, should keep your heart as calm as still water. When the time comes, the birth room has been prepared according to directions older than any living person in the household can remember. Its position has been selected according to auspicious directions based on the month of your confinement. The floor is laid with thick matting. There is no physician in the room. Male doctors do not attend births. The entire territory of childbirth belongs to women. The Wenpo, the midwife, moves through the room with the authority of long experience. She has no medical degree. She has delivered more lives than she can count. She knows the feel of what is happening without needing to read it in a text. You do not lie down. The birth position is half crouching, body upright, which allows for more effective effort but requires support that you cannot provide yourself. Women take position around you. They hold your weight. They breathe with you. They speak close to your ear in the particular tone used for crossing difficult passages, not gentle, not harsh, just present and insistent. There is a saying still spoken in parts of this country: those who survive deliver a child with the fragrance of a mother hen. Those who do not receive 4 planks of wood. This is what you are inside. A room where that sentence is simply a description of what is possible. And then, in the middle of pain that has used up everything that has ever felt important before now, a sound. A cry. New and indignant and filling the room completely. You hear it before you see anything. You feel the exhaustion of someone who has run past the point of collapse and found the ground on the other side. A boy. You see him for a moment, wrapped in cloth, face still red and protesting, entire existence still astonished at itself. Before you have held him, before you have done more than looked, he is carried to the other side of the room. and then he is carried out to the principal wife's courtyard. The legal principle that governs this moment has existed for centuries. A concubine's child belongs to the principal wife. You are his birth mother. She is his legal mother, the only mother the law recognizes. The only mother his education, his marriage prospects, his place in the family records will acknowledge. From this day, he will call her mother. He will call you yin-yang, the same word that describes your position in the household. In Dream of the Red Chamber, the character Tan Chun was born to the concubine Zhao Yin-yang, but raised in the principal wife's household. She called her birth mother yin-yang her entire life. Only at the most emotionally devastating moment, when she was about to be sent away in marriage, never to return, did she call Zhao Yin-yang mother. One word, years of suppressed connection released in a single syllable. You lie in the birth room as the household continues its movements around you. Your position here has improved, mother elevated by son, the phrase goes. Your stipend will increase. Your husband will visit more often. The servant's manner toward you will shift into something more careful. And the principal wife's position has been secured. She now has a son, even if she did not carry him. Your great success and her great security were made from the same event. You hear him crying somewhere in the house. Even through walls, across courtyards, through all the stone and wood of this enormous household, you hear him. Your body knows the sound. You will see him. Every day, probably. You will watch him learn to walk and to speak and to bow and to read. He will grow up knowing exactly where your room is. He will grow up calling another woman mother. This is the thing that cannot be fixed by any improvement in your circumstances. The thing that no additional stipend, no increase in favor, no improvement in your standing within the household will ever address. You close your eyes. The room is quiet now. The birth matting has been removed. Fresh incense is burning somewhere. You breathe in the smoke of it. Breathe out. He is alive. He is here. Some forms of love must be held without being named. This is one of them. The scholar tree in your courtyard is bare now. Its branches are black lines against the winter sky. But the roots hold, deep and invisible, through the cold. There is the law of the court, and there is the law of the house. You live under both, but only one of them cares about you at all. The cage you live inside is built from two materials. The first is national law, the Great Ming Code, the Great Qing Code, the accumulated legal texts of the dynasty. These laws establish the framework within which all households operate. They make explicit, in the language of statute, what the social order requires. A husband who beats his wife is punished less severely than a man who beats a stranger. A wife who strikes her husband is punished more severely than the same act between equals. The law explicitly protects the distinction between wife and concubine. To treat a concubine as a wife while the wife is living, this is a punishable offense. The hierarchy must be maintained. The law will maintain it. These are the iron bars of the outer cage. Visible, declared. But the inner cage, the one that touches you every day in ways too small to ever bring before any authority, is made of family law. Every great household has its own internal governance. Its rules have been accumulated over generations. Its punishments are administered privately, behind these walls, beyond the sight or interest of any official. The national code asks only whether you have committed a crime serious enough to concern the empire. Family law asks about everything else. Whether your morning greeting was delivered with sufficient deference, whether your walk through the corridor was adequately composed, whether the embroidery you presented was worked with appropriate care. The punishments for failing these standards range from being made to kneel on stone for hours, to being confined to your courtyard, to having food withheld, to physical correction administered by the household's authority. All of it invisible. All of it without appeal. You cannot go to an official and describe how you have been treated. The law does not recognize your standing to make such a complaint. You are a member of the household. The household has the right to govern its members. Your security depends entirely on your value to the head of this house. When you are valued, this system is bearable. When value fades, as youth fades, as novelty fades, as attention moves elsewhere, the same system has no mechanism to protect you from its own indifference. You learned this most clearly in the year you were seriously ill. A winter illness that settled in your lungs, producing the kind of cough that keeps you awake and exhausts you and does not respond quickly to treatment. The physician who came to see you came once, left remedies, and did not come back until you requested him again. There is a practice that governed women's medicine for centuries in this world. Because of the rules against physical proximity between men and women, male physicians examined female patients through intermediaries. Family members described the symptoms. Diagnoses were made without direct examination. Treatment was prescribed for complaints that could not be fully disclosed because they touched on the body in ways that were improper to speak of directly. There is a line from a historical medical text, written by a physician of some reputation, that translates roughly, "I would rather treat 10 men than 1 woman." The difficulty was not simply technical. It was structural. It was built into the rules of what could be seen, said, touched, acknowledged. You recovered. But the illness taught you something that no amount of daily observation had made quite so clear before. Your body in this household is a resource when it functions. When it fails to function, it becomes a cost. The calculation of your treatment, how quickly the physician was summoned, how closely your recovery was monitored, how much of the household's resources were directed toward your care, was not a medical calculation. It was an economic one. After the illness, you moved more carefully, more watchfully, not in fear exactly, in the particular steady alertness of someone who has understood, once and finally, the exact nature of where they stand. The courtyard is very quiet tonight. The lamp in the window is the only warm thing in a world of cold stone and winter sky. Breathe slowly. The warmth of it is enough. A son has been born. A mother has been created. These are not the same person. You watch him from across the courtyard. He is learning to walk. His small body totters with the absolute concentration of someone who has only recently discovered that upright locomotion is a thing the body can achieve. He is surrounded. A wet nurse. 2 maidservants assigned specifically to his care. The principal wife watching from the covered walkway with an expression of satisfied ownership. He falls. The maidservants catch him before he reaches the ground. He makes a sound of protest and then laughs at himself. You watch this from the edge of your permitted territory and feel the complicated feeling that has become one of the most familiar things in your life. You love him with a completeness that has no outlet proportional to its force. The status of Shutru, the child born of a concubine, is established in law and reinforced in every dimension of daily life. The inheritance principles that developed from the Tang dynasty onward theoretically divided family property equally among sons regardless of their mother's rank. Equal division. It sounds, in its plain statement, like fairness. But in practice, the family property most symbolic of lineage, the ancestral home, the ritual lands, the titles and official positions, flows through the legitimate son, through the heir produced by the principal wife. Your son's name will be in the genealogical records. He will receive his portion, but the path to the household's core legacy is not his path. It has been laid for another. If your husband holds an official rank or hereditary title, the succession will pass first through the legitimate son, then through the legitimate grandson. Your son comes after all of these. He is also constrained in the direction of his ambitions by the shadow of your title. The word for what he is Shuzi, the child of a secondary wife, carries weight that will not be fully visible until he reaches the age of marriage and career and social positioning. This is what you have given him, alongside your blood and your love, a limitation, not through any failure of yours, through a failure of the world to see you as fully real. He is beginning to speak, single words at first, then combinations. You hear him in the courtyard calling out names. The name he uses for the principal wife is the one for mother. The name he uses when he sees you is yin-yang. He uses it without cruelty. He is too young for cruelty. He uses it the way he uses all his words as pure description, as the name for the thing the world has told him the thing is called. You respond to it. You smile at him across the courtyard. You keep the smile in place until he has turned away to pursue whatever has caught his attention. Then you walk back to your room. You sit at the dressing table. The bronze mirror shows you a face that is composed and white with powder and perfectly arranged. You look at it for a long time. Somewhere in the house, his voice rises in the bright, uncomplicated laughter of a small child discovering something new. The sound of it comes to you through 2 walls and a courtyard, and all the distance that law has placed between you. It reaches you. It always reaches you. The lamp burns low in its holder. Outside, the winter courtyard holds its silence. the scholar tree stands in the dark, patient and still. Every life in the inner household arrives eventually at the question of what comes after. The years have a way of moving differently inside these walls. Each day is the same. The morning attendance, the long, careful hours, the evening attendance, the return through darkening corridors to your own small courtyard. And yet you look up one day and find that the scholar tree has put out leaves and dropped them and put them out again more times than you have been counting. Your maidservant has grown into a young woman. Your son has been sent to the private tutor's room to begin his classical education. The face in the bronze mirror has acquired what the powder cannot fully conceal: the fine lines at the corners of your eyes, the slight settling of your features into something more settled and permanent than youth. Your husband comes to your courtyard less often. He is not unkind when he comes. He is simply less present. Attention in this household moves toward what is newest, or most useful, or most beautiful, in the particular way that currently matters. You have been calculating your situation for some time. Not with bitterness, with the clear-eyed practicality that this life has required of you since the beginning. The central variable of your future is the question of who lives and who dies, and in what order. If your husband lives for many more years, you will continue as you are a secondary woman in a well-managed household, your position stable, if not generous, your son growing into whatever his shrew status allows him to become. If your husband dies first, the household passes to his heir. The principal wife becomes the widow matriarch, or the legitimate son assumes control. In either case, your connection to the new authority is indirect and unenforceable. The law does not require them to maintain you. Your son may advocate for you, or may not. He has his own position to navigate, and the weight of his shrew status means he will spend much of his energy simply establishing himself. The possibility that almost no one speaks of aloud, but that every concubine calculates in private, is Fusheng elevation to wife. It requires the principal wife to die first. It requires your husband to wish to formalize your position. It requires the family to accept the change. It happens. Not often, but it happens. You have stopped deciding how much weight to give this possibility and settled on almost none. It is not useful to build a life around almost none. What you think about instead is simpler. The genealogical record. The family tree, the zupu, is the document that certifies a person's existence within the lineage. Every member of the family, over the generations, accumulates as a line of ink in this book. The rules governing whether concubines can be included vary by family and by period, and by the customs of specific regions. In many clans, a concubine who produced a son might earn a single entry. Not her given name, necessarily. Simply, side room, woman of the surname Chen, or concubine, woman of the surname Liu. A surname and a status. No record of her actual name. No account of what she knew or felt or survived. If she produced no children, even this minimal acknowledgement might be withheld. she would simply not appear. You think about this in the evenings, when the house has settled into its nighttime quiet and the lamp flame is low. You came into this house as a person, with a childhood, with memories, with the particular way a certain village's winter sky looked in the morning, with the sound of a specific gate creaking in the wind. All of that will not be in the Zupu. What will be in the Zupu, if anything, is a function of your reproductive history and your legal category. You are aware that this thought should perhaps make you despair. Instead, it makes you notice things. The way the fireflies move on summer evenings. The weight of the chrysanthemums when they are fully open. The sound your son made the first time he ran across the courtyard without falling. None of these will be in any record. They exist only in you, for as long as you exist. This makes them more precise, more entirely yours than anything the Zupu could hold. You sit on your doorstep on an evening when the season is between things not quite summer, not quite autumn, the air holding the last warmth of the year gently. The scholar tree is full-leaved and dark against the last of the light. Your son's voice comes from somewhere deeper in the house he is reading aloud, the way students do when they are memorizing, and the sound travels through the evening air to you, clear and distant, and entirely itself. You listen to him read. He is in there, alive and learning, and entirely concentrated on the words in front of him. This is what you came into this house with nothing, and built out of what was available. Not freedom, not recognition, not a name in the record. A life with what life contains, the cold of a bronze mirror in the morning, the smell of incense in the corridors, the precise weight of a needle pulling silk thread through embroidered silk, and a voice, somewhere in the house, reading aloud in the blue evening. Belonging to no record. Belonging entirely to you. The scholar tree holds its leaves against the evening sky. The lamp in the window burns its small, steady light. The courtyard is still. Rest now. The night is here. The story will keep. It always does. The air above the Forbidden City in July is the kind of hot that has weight to it, a pressing, still, dusty heat that sits between the red walls and the yellow tiles and refuses to move, and you have been standing in it long enough to understand, with complete clarity, why the most powerful empire on earth spent half its winter preparing for this moment. Good evening. Tonight we're going somewhere that might surprise you. Not a battlefield, not a throne room, not a scholar's library or a general's tent. We're going to the Forbidden City in summer, and we're going to follow a block of ice. You breathe in. The air is hot. Not pleasantly warm, not the kind of warmth that feels like an invitation. This is Beijing in high summer. Inside walls that trap the heat and hold it close. The glazed tiles on every rooftop have been baking since dawn. The flagstones radiate it back upward. The silk of your robe is damp before you've walked 30 steps. The palace stretches around you in every direction. Red walls, curved roof lines, gold ornament catching a sun that seems closer here than it does anywhere else. Eunuchs and servants move slowly, fanning themselves with whatever is available. Even the guards, men in full armor, look like they are trying to take up as little of the hot air as possible. And somewhere in the cool, deep earth beneath this blazing compound, sealed behind thick brick walls and packed in dry straw, something is waiting. Ice, cut from frozen rivers in January, carried here on sleds and carts, locked away in vaulted underground cellars, kept cold through spring, and into this, the most hostile season of the year. You might think, it's just hot. People manage heat. But in a palace where food spoilage meant someone's execution, where court ritual required heavy, layered robes regardless of the weather, where every detail of life was a statement about the order of the universe, heat was not something you simply endured. Heat was a problem that the empire mobilized entire departments to solve. Ice was not a luxury here. It was a strategic resource. It was a signal that the dynasty controlled even the seasons, that the emperor's household could call upon winter's cold in the height of summer, that the natural world, like everything else, was at the service of the throne. The Tang dynasty poet records a summer banquet held by Yang Guozhong, the powerful minister where enormous blocks of ice were carved into mountains and arranged around the tables, and the guests grew cold enough in the middle of July that they asked for their coats. That was a different dynasty and several centuries earlier, but the idea was the same. Ice was power made visible. Ice was the empire saying, "We can reverse winter." You stand in the baking courtyard, sweat moving slowly at your temple, the whole sky an aching blue, and somewhere underground beneath your feet, perhaps something cold is sleeping, patient, waiting. This is where the story begins. There is a sound in an old poem, 2 characters, written as the noise of something striking, something repeatedly on a cold morning, and scholars have been reading it for 2,500 years, without ever quite agreeing on exactly how it sounded. But most of them agree it was the sound of ice being cut, in winter, from a frozen river, by people who understood that what they were doing was not merely gathering cold water, but was storing the future. The Qing dynasty did not invent the royal ice system. They inherited it. The way you inherit a house that has been added to and renovated for 30 generations, you might not recognize the original structure anymore, but it's there, underneath everything. The earliest written record of organized ice harvesting in China is in the Book of Songs, 2,500 years old. It describes men going to cut ice in the 12th month, the sound of chipping, the cold, the work, and then the ice being carried to a place called the Linyan, the ice cellar, stored there, waiting. Archaeologists in Shaanxi found a spring and autumn period ice cellar at the old Qin capital. It could hold nearly 200 cubic meters of ice. This was a state facility, a national cold storage warehouse, 2,300 years ago. The Zhou dynasty, even older, had an official called the Lingren, the ice official, a government position, a real one, with a title and duties and a place in the bureaucratic hierarchy. This person's entire job was the management of ice its collection, storage, and distribution. Just hearing the title, The Ice Official, you can feel something cool moving through a document that is otherwise dusty and old. The uses of ice in ancient China were various. The most practical was preservation food kept cold in summer, meat for sacrificial ceremonies, which had to be fresh and pure, or it was considered disrespectful. Bodies preserved between death and burial. And of course, perhaps most importantly, across all the centuries, the cold drink. The Songs of Chu, the great anthology of southern Chinese poetry, contains a line that translates approximately as the strained wine, frozen, chilled, how cool, how clear, filtered wine placed on ice and drunk cold. This is possibly the earliest recorded royal cold beverage in Chinese history, and it sounds, across all that distance, entirely appealing. The Zhou ritual texts describe 6 official cold beverages: water, grain drinks, rice drinks, millet drinks, varieties of chilled preparations. Scholars have been arguing for centuries about exactly what they were and how they were made. The ingredients survive in the texts. The flavor is gone. It remains in the imagination only. What is not gone is the logic behind all of it. From the Zhou dynasty onward, managing ice was a function of the state, not a personal indulgence, not a private convenience, a system, organized, funded, staffed, regulated, because controlling the cold, bringing winter into summer, extending the reach of preservation beyond the natural season, was a form of mastery over nature. And mastery over nature was what a dynasty was supposed to demonstrate. The Qing emperors, standing in their summer courts surrounded by eunuchs with fans, were drawing on 3,000 years of institutional memory. Every block of ice that came up from the cellar carried the weight of all that history. Every cold drink served on a lacquered tray was also, in its way, a connection to every cold drink served before it, back and back and back, to a man with a chisel on a frozen river. In a poem so old no one alive can say with certainty how the first character was pronounced. You listen for the sound of that chisel, faint, regular, patient, like something being built one strike at a time. The Forbidden City's summer comfort began in late autumn, when the officials of the Ministry of Works started looking at the sky and calculating the weeks until the rivers froze, and the first orders went out for something that had no modern equivalent, the ritual cleaning of the waterways from which the imperial ice would be cut, a practice so careful and deliberate that it treated the future ice as though it were already a sacred object, long before it had even formed. The heat of summer has not yet arrived. The summer you are heading toward is still months away, but the preparations for it have already begun. It is late autumn. The air above Beijing has gone dry and clear. The leaves have come down from the trees in the imperial gardens. The eaves of the palace buildings are sharp against a sky that is getting colder by the week. And somewhere in the Ministry of Works, an official is writing a memo. The subject is the rivers that will freeze, the rivers from which next summer's ice will be cut. The Forbidden City's moat, Beihai Lake, Zhongnanhai, the Imperial Canal. These waterways are the designated sources, close enough for efficient transport, clean enough in theory for imperial standards. Before the freeze, there is work to do. The Chinese term for it translates approximately as rinsing the river. Workers go into the water. They remove aquatic plants from the designated harvesting sections. They clear debris. Then the upstream sluice gates are opened, and clean water is flushed through the system. The downstream gates are closed. Fresh, clean water is held in place, and the waiting begins. The logic is straightforward. The emperor's ice must be clear, pure ice, not murky or plant-tangled or carrying the flavor of something that shouldn't be there. If a piece of river grass found its way into a cold drink served at court, the official responsible would be looking for a new career, possibly something less demanding, in a different province. After the rinsing, the waiting. The officials monitor the temperature. They check the ice daily once it begins to form, measuring thickness with poles. The ideal harvest window is roughly 2 weeks after the winter solstice, when the ice is thick enough to be safe, dense enough to be worth cutting, and still has the season ahead of it to remain solid. Too early and the ice is thin. Too late and a warm spell might undo everything. The quantity guidelines are precise. The rule is called 3-to-1. Harvest 3 times what you expect to use, because ice melts, in transit, in storage. No matter how well the cellars are built, some percentage is lost to time. You cannot arrive at August with empty cellars because you calculated optimistically in January. The emperor is not equipped to hear the words, "We ran out." More cold than you need is always safer than less. In the older dynasties, the Zhou ritual texts describe ceremonies before the ice harvest offerings made to the deity of cold, peachwood boughs and thornwood arrows placed in the ice chamber to ward off anything malevolent. Peachwood, because peach sounds like the word for driving away ill fortune. Thornwood, because thorns repel. Whether the Qing court maintained any version of these rituals, historians are still working to determine. The official records focus on logistics and quantities. The ritual details, if they existed, were not considered worth writing down. But the thoroughness of the rinsing, the precision of the timing rules, the 3-to-1 margin, all of this carries a quality of reverence that needs no ceremony to make itself felt. These people treated future ice as something that deserved careful preparation, as something worth doing slowly and correctly. The river is clean now. The water is still. The temperature drops a degree each night. A thin skin appears at the edges first, then spreads inward, thickens, hardens. The waiting continues. Steady, patient, cold, doing it slow, reliable work. The workers who went out onto the ice in January were called ice laborers, or ice conscripts, depending on their status, and almost everything about their specific lives, their names, their wages, their origins, whether they were volunteers or assigned, what happened to their families when the work was done, has been swallowed by the general silence that official records tend to maintain about people who were not officials. The winter solstice has passed. 2 weeks have gone by. The ice on the imperial waterways is thick enough. You pull your coat tighter. You follow the work party down to the river. The surface is broad and flat and slightly luminous in the low winter sun. It stretches further than you can easily see from where you stand at the bank. The kind of cold that the ice gives off has its own quality, not just the cold of the air, but something harder, more mineral, rising from below. The workers are already out there. You can see their breath from here, small clouds appearing and disappearing above dozens of moving figures. Their cheeks and noses are red. Their hands are wrapped in cloth, though the cloth does not keep out everything. The primary tool is called the bing xuan, the ice pick. It has a sharp metal head and a long wooden handle. The weight of it is designed for striking to chip, to score, to open the ice along a chosen line. Some of the workers use it like a hoe, driving it down again and again into the surface, following a grid they have marked out in advance. Others use it to pry and lever once the cuts have been made. The sound carries across the frozen surface, a rhythmic striking, then a heavier crack, the sound of a block separating from the sheet around it, then voices, the coordination of several men pulling together. Each block is large, around 80 kilograms, the weight of a full-grown man. It takes multiple workers to drag one block out of the hole it leaves, using ropes and iron hooks to maneuver it across the ice to the waiting sleds at the bank. The earlier Ming Dynasty records specify dimensions, a chi and a half on each side, roughly half a meter square. The Qing records are more precise about weight than measurement. Either way, this is not a task for one person. Once the first layer of ice is harvested, the water below will freeze again. The same site can be worked again and again, 3 or 4 rounds in a single winter from the same stretch of river. This means the workers are on the ice for much of the coldest months, not a few days of dramatic labor, but weeks of repetitive, physically punishing work. Cold hands that barely warm between sessions, ice that is never quite the same surface twice after the first cutting. What we know about these workers comes mostly from what the official records don't say about them. They are mentioned the way background appears in a painting as context, not subject. They exist in the documents primarily as a quantity and a logistical requirement. Their names don't survive. Their wages, when mentioned, are mentioned in aggregate. What they thought about the work, whether they had any sense of where these enormous blocks of river ice were ultimately going, whether they ever received anything cold to drink in the summer, none of this is recorded. Historians are still attempting to piece together who these people were. Were they seasonal contract workers? Conscripted laborers assigned from the banner system? Specialists who passed the work from father to son? The evidence is scattered and incomplete. What is certain is that without them, in the most literal sense, the Forbidden City's summer would have been hotter. The cold drinks wouldn't have been cold. The food storage would have been less reliable. Every chilled moment enjoyed inside those red walls from May through July was bought with this labor. In this cold, on this ice. A block breaks free. Several workers pull it toward the shore on ropes. Their boots scuff across the ice. Their breathing is audible from where you stand. The block heavy, dense, opaque near its edges, translucent at its center, clears the bank and is lifted onto a sled. The next hole is already being cut. The picking continues, regular, steady, unhurried, as though it would go on forever. The ice cellars of the Qing dynasty sat partially underground and partially above it. Their arched roofs, visible as low mounds at various points around the capital, their thick walls holding something in that was, by the time summer arrived, more valuable than most of what was held in the visible buildings around them, and the engineering that made them work had been refined over centuries to solve a problem. That sounds simple, only if you've never tried to keep 100 tons of ice from becoming 100 tons of water. The sleds move through the winter streets. The blocks are heavy and leave slight impressions in the snow. The destination is not far. Several of the imperial cellars sit within walking distance of the Forbidden City itself. The Shuiqi Ice Cellar, located in what is today Shuiqi Alley, behind Jingshan Hill. Built in the Wanli period of the Ming Dynasty, renovated under the Kangxi Emperor of the Qing. Purpose: to hold ice for the exclusive use of the imperial palace. Still standing, partially, today. Still cool inside, even in summer, even without any ice to justify it. The walls remember. You approach the structure. What you see above ground is not impressive in the way that palaces are impressive. No gold, no ornament, just a long, low building, its walls thick and slightly inward-leaning at the top, its roof a shallow arch, 3 or 4 meters from ground to the top of the arch, another 3 meters below ground. Unpretentious on the outside, absolute on the inside. The walls are granite-faced. In some cellars, the interior is completely self-supporting, arched without interior columns, like a city gate tunnel, and described by contemporary records as having bronze sides and iron bottom, which was not literally true but was meant to convey that this structure was not going anywhere. Thickness is the first principle of the ice cellar. The walls are not thick for structural reasons alone. Thickness is insulation. The stone and the packed earth above and around it create a buffer between the inside temperature and the July air outside. The ancient cellars from the pre-Qin period used 3 meters of rammed earth on all 4 sides as the insulating layer. Some used straw packed between the wall layers. The Qing brick cellars inherited this understanding and refined it. The second principle is drainage. Even the best insulated cellar cannot prevent all melting. Some water will always accumulate. If it pools, it accelerates the melting of what's around it. So the cellars were built with drainage in mind, grooved floor tiles that channeled meltwater toward drains connected to pits or channels outside the structure. The pre-Qin cellars at the Qin capital site had ceramic drainage pipes built into the walls, directing meltwater to a nearby stream. 2,000 years later, the principle was the same. Remove the water, keep the cold dry. How many of these cellars were there? the collected statutes of the Qing dynasty records, 5 cellars inside the Forbidden City itself, 6 at the west gate of Jingshan, 3 at Deshengmen in the north, 2 south of Zhengyang Gate. And these are only the officially documented government cellars. Princes' residences had their own. Other institutions had their own. The full count across the capital in any given year was considerably higher. The total storage capacity of the documented imperial cellars, if each block weighed around 80 kilograms, and estimates of total storage run to approximately 180,000 blocks, comes to something in the range of 14,000 metric tons of ice, 14,000 tons, in underground stone buildings, put there in January, still cold in July. You stand at the entrance to the cellar. The doors are open now, in winter, for loading. You can feel the cold from inside meeting the cold outside, and the two temperatures becoming briefly indistinguishable. Workers move steadily through the entrance with their loads. It is dark inside. What your eyes slowly adjust to is an enormous vaulted space, filling from the deep end outward, block by block, layer by layer. The workers who stacked the ice inside the cellars were not the same as the workers who cut it from the river. And they were not doing simple labor. They were solving a 3-dimensional engineering problem in near darkness, working against their own body heat in an environment that would have punished any mistake in placement with an avalanche of ice or a premature thaw, and they were doing it with the knowledge that the summer court's comfort depended entirely on getting it right. The blocks come in steadily, carried, dragged, lowered, each one announced by the sound of it settling against its neighbors. 80 kilograms of dense, cold, slightly luminous river ice. The stacking begins at the furthest point of the cellar and works outward from the deepest interior toward the door, from the floor upward. The workers are experienced. They move without wasted motion. They know, from repetition, exactly how to angle and position each block so that the layers interlock and support each other. Between each block and between each layer, straw or dried wheat stalks, clean, dry, laid flat, or scattered loose, covering all contact surfaces. 2 purposes. The straw prevents the blocks from freezing together into a single, immovable mass, and it absorbs the small amount of surface moisture that accumulates as the ice begins to interact with the air. The blocks rise toward the vault, row after row after row, the cellar filling like a very slow, very cold tide. The logistics had their own precise accounting. The cost of transporting a block of ice from the river to one of the cellars inside the Forbidden City, 7 Li, 4 Hao of silver. The cost to one of the more distant cellars outside the walls, 4 Li, 2 Hao. Every fraction of a tael tracked in ledgers that still exist in the imperial archives. Even transportation was precise. Even the price of moving cold from one location to another had a number attached to it. When the cellar is full stacked to within a few feet of the vault ceiling, the doors are closed. The ceiling is methodical. The heavy wooden doors are shut and latched. Then the gaps around the doorframe are packed with a mixture of mud and straw, pressed in carefully until no gap remains. The edges are smoothed, checked, checked again. Any opening, even a small one, is a path for warm air to enter and cold air to escape. Nothing is left to chance. From this moment until the cellar is opened in summer, the door will not move. Spring will come, cherry blossoms in the imperial gardens, the plum rains, the temperature climbing week by week, and inside the sealed vault, behind the mud-packed doors, the temperature will hold. Not perfectly, not without some loss, but enough. The door is closed, the mud is pressed into the last gap. The workers step back. Someone makes a mark in a ledger. The cellar is sealed. Inside, 14,000 tons of winter. Sleeping, waiting for the heat to arrive, waiting to be useful, patient as stone, cold as the river in January, still, silent, there. The administration of the imperial ice system was divided. In the way that many things in the Qing bureaucracy were divided, between the formal government on one side and the emperor's personal household administration on the other, the Ministry of Works, managing production and storage, and the Imperial Household Department managing consumption and distribution, and the boundary between these two domains, while theoretically clear, was in practice the site of the same kinds of jurisdictional negotiation that characterize large organizations in any era. Every block of ice that came up from those cellars in summer was the product of a bureaucratic chain that began months earlier with memos and inspections and budget allocations and approved requisitions. The primary government body responsible for the imperial ice system was the Ministry of Works. The Qing Ministry of Works managed construction, hydraulic engineering, roads, bridges, and state infrastructure. Think of it as the combined equivalent of a modern Ministry of Construction, Water Resources, and Public Works. Within it, the Bureau of Water Control, the Dushui handled river management, flood control, and the ice system, the selection of harvesting sites, the rinsing of the rivers, the timing of the harvest, the construction and maintenance of the cellars, the accounting of what went in and what was distributed, all of it under the Ministry of Works. The other institution was the Imperial Household Department, the Neiwufu. If the Ministry of Works was the government, the Imperial Household Department was the Emperor's personal management corporation. It ran everything inside the palace walls: food, clothing, ceremonies, ritual objects, procurement, repairs. The emperor's life was managed through this institution, and since the emperor's summer life included cold drinks and chilled fruit and the need for food preservation, the household department was deeply involved in how ice was used, if not always in how it was produced. One documented example: of the 6 ice cellars at the west gate of Jingshan, 2 were designated for the use of the household department's ceremonial division, specifically for the storage of fruit and food offerings used in certain palace rituals. 2 cellars out of 6 reserved for ceremonial provisions alone. This suggests the demand from the household department was substantial and consistent. You might wonder, did these two departments ever disagree about anything? The answer is almost certainly yes, though the specific disagreements, if they were ever written down in a form that survived, have not yet been fully brought to light by historians examining this particular question. Large organizations with overlapping responsibilities and adjacent interests generally find something to negotiate about. The quality of a delivery, the timing of a transfer, whether a particular seller's remaining stock was sufficient. These are the kinds of conversations that happen in the margins of historical records, when they happen at all. What's notable about the ICE system's administration is how seriously it was taken. This was not delegated to the lowest available official. It sat within the Ministry of Works, a significant central government institution. It had its own bureau, its own budget lines, its own seasonal calendar. Because, in a court where everything was symbolic, running out of ice in August was not merely an inconvenience. It was a failure of order, a visible demonstration that the system had not held, that the dynasty could not deliver, even on something as fundamental as summer cold. The Dushuaisi officials who spent their winters counting ice blocks and their summers writing distribution reports were, in a sense, the unsung architects of imperial comfort. They kept the cold chain intact. They made sure winter arrived on time in July. They are not in any of the famous paintings. Their names are mostly gone. But the system they ran is still visible in the surviving cellar buildings, in the accounting records still preserved in the archives, in the quiet, cool interiors of buildings that were designed, above all, to keep something cold. The ice ticket was a small piece of printed paper, a few inches square, that authorized its holder to collect a specified quantity of ice from a designated government cellar, and it was, in its modest and slightly bureaucratic way, one of the most exclusive documents in the Qing Empire, because possessing one meant that someone at the top of the hierarchy had decided you were the kind of person who deserved to be cold in summer. The cellar doors open in summer, approximately the first day of the 5th lunar month, sometimes on or just after the beginning of summer solar term. The official ice distribution season runs through the end of the 7th month, 2.5 months of cold, measured out in tickets. The system works like this. Before the season begins, the Bureau of Water Control calculates the expected daily needs of every relevant government office in the capital. A schedule is drawn up. Ice tickets are printed small paper vouchers specifying type and quantity. Each eligible office submits a formal written request. Once approved, the office receives its allocation of tickets. With tickets in hand, a representative goes to the designated cellar. The ticket is presented. The ice is released. A record is made. It functions, in essence, like a voucher system for a rationed good, which is exactly what it was. The recipients are not ordinary people. Ice tickets go to the banner nobility, the princes and dukes of the imperial family, to the Grand Secretariat and the 9 ministers of state, to senior officials of the major departments, to the heads of institutions that have specific cold storage needs, like certain ceremonial functions. Allocation varies by rank. A senior official might receive 2 blocks per day for the duration of the season. Others receive less. The principle is transparent. Your rank determines your cold. The social significance is considerable. Receiving imperial ice is not just about the temperature. It is a public signal. When a high official mentions, in conversation, that he received the imperial summer ice allocation, he is communicating something about his standing. Everyone present understands what it means and what it costs in terms of proximity to power. The ice is cold. The status is the point. As for the tickets themselves, what they looked like, whether they carried any decorative elements or anti-counterfeiting marks, almost none have survived. Paper documents from that period are rare in general. Official paper documents issued in small quantities for routine administrative purposes are rarer still. Historians working on this question have found references to the tickets in budget records and procedural descriptions. But the physical objects themselves have mostly vanished. What they looked like in the hand, the color of the ink, the size of the characters, the feel of the paper, exists now only in the gap where documentation runs out. But on the first day of the distribution season, when the cellar doors open and the first cold air escapes into the summer morning, and the first allocation of ice is lifted out and carried to the first official who has been waiting for it, the abstract machinery of bureaucracy becomes something physical and immediate. The cold that was sealed away in January is here now. In July, it made the journey. Half a year of patience and careful management paid off. The ice survived. And the first official to receive his ticket and collect his blocks carries home something that took an entire empire's worth of organization to produce. The winter is inside, solid in his hands, still cold. The bing-bon, the ice vessel, the ice cask, the wooden cold box was not a simple container. It was a designed object, considered carefully by craftsmen who understood, without any formal knowledge of thermodynamics, exactly what materials and geometries would hold cold the longest, remove water the most efficiently, and also, since this was an imperial household item, look beautiful enough to belong in a room where everything had been chosen with the same level of care. The block of ice has been collected. It is here now, in the room, beside the lacquered furniture and the hanging silk and the books on their low tables. But you cannot simply place a block of ice on the floor and walk away. You need something to put it in. The bing-ban, sometimes called the foreign bucket, a name whose origin historians still debate, since this was a native Chinese design with no obvious foreign connection. But the name stuck in certain records and certain periods, and is one of those small historical puzzles that resists easy resolution. The object itself, a wooden box, wider at the top than at the bottom, roughly trapezoidal in cross-section, made from premium hardwood rosewood, or Chinese pearwood, or close-grained cypress. The outside fitted with 2 copper-carrying rings on opposite sides, 2 copper bands around the body for structural reinforcement, a thick wooden lid on top. Open the lid, a metal lining, lead sheet in some versions, tin in others. This lining serves 2 purposes. First, Metal conducts heat poorly, less so than bare wood, so the lining adds an insulating barrier between the cold inside and the warmth outside. Second, the metal is impermeable. It protects the wooden body from the steady drip of meltwater. Inside the metal lining, a removable tray or shelf. Ice goes in the bottom. Food, fruit, and drinks go on the shelf above the ice, chilled, not frozen, preserved without direct contact with the cold surface. At the bottom of the box, a small drainage hole. As the ice melts, the water runs through and out, rather than pooling and accelerating further melting. Simple, effective, still the correct engineering answer to the problem 200 years later. On the lid, ventilation holes, usually shaped like coins. Through these holes, the cold air produced by the melting ice escapes upward into the room. This is not incidental. It is the design's second function, air conditioning. Not powerful, not comprehensive, but real, a measurable lowering of temperature in the immediate vicinity of the box, sustained as long as the ice lasts. In a well-proportioned room with a few of these boxes running, the difference would have been perceptible. The collected statutes of the court record the allocations. The Empress Dowager received 2 bingban. The Empress received 2. Each noble consort received 1. The numbers decrease by rank, as everything in the palace decreased by rank. Even the size of the cold space available to you was determined by your position in the hierarchy. The most spectacular example of the form that survives today is in the Palace Museum collection, a cloisonné enamel bingban decorated with dragon motifs in wrapped filigree, a functional cold box that is also an artwork. The craftsman who made it understood that in the context of the palace, an object that was only practical was an incomplete object. Everything that served the court had to also express something about the court, even the cold, even the ice vessel, even the drainage hole at the bottom had to be found within something beautiful. You sit near one now. In the long afternoon, the ventilation holes exhale something almost imperceptible, a breath of cold air, rising slowly into the room's warm atmosphere. Not enough to make you shiver, just enough to notice, just enough to remind you that inside this decorated box, a piece of January river is quietly, patiently, doing its job. The winter court of the Qing dynasty turned the frozen surface of the imperial lakes into an arena, and what happened there each year at the height of cold season was called Bingshi Ice Play, ice sport, ice performance, and it was simultaneously a military review, a ceremonial occasion, a public entertainment for the court, and, under the Qianlong Emperor, a deliberate political statement about what the dynasty was and where it came from. There is another relationship between the Qing court and ice, not the summer one, the winter one. In late December, the lakes of the Western Garden, the imperial water parks to the west of the Forbidden City, the bodies of water now called Beihai and Zhongnanhai freeze solid. The same water that will be harvested for summer cellars first becomes, for a few weeks, a performance space. The Bingshi, selected from the 8 banners in autumn, trained through the winter solstice period, performing in a formal review by the emperor at the height of cold season. The emperor and his court take their places on a raised pavilion at the lake's edge. The ice stretches out before them. The sky is winter pale. The flags are planted at the starting and finishing positions. The skaters, wearing blade-fitted boots, called bingji, stand at the line. There are several events: speed racing, a straight course from a starting flag to the emperor's pavilion, the crack of a signal, and then the explosion of movement across the frozen surface, dozens of men in motion simultaneously, their forms low and fast, each trying to arrive first at the position closest to the throne. The winner receives a reward from the emperor's hand. Then, the ball game. 2 teams, red and yellow jackets, a leather ball on the ice. The goal: drive it into the opposing team's net. This was descended from a traditional Manchu game played on foot. On ice, with blades, it became something faster and more chaotic, more collision, more improvisation, more noise. The centerpiece is something called the dragon formation archery. A long line of skaters, hundreds of them, moves in a winding, serpentine formation across the ice. Seen from above, from the elevated pavilion, it resembles a dragon moving across the lake. Distributed through the formation are archers. At a designated point, they pass below a gate from which hangs a target ball. While moving at speed, in formation, they draw and shoot. Hit the ball, receive the reward. Miss it, and the dragon keeps moving, and the moment passes. There are also acrobatics, performers who do the same tricks on ice that stage acrobats do on platforms tumbling, human pyramids, one-legged balances. Some of them play instruments while skating. Some carry flags. Some combine sword handling with skating in choreographed displays that blend Han Chinese theatrical traditions with the Manchu skating culture. The Qianlong Emperor loved this event. He declared it a national custom and required it to be held annually. He commissioned paintings of it, the Bingxi scroll paintings that still exist in museum collections, showing hundreds of figures on a frozen lake, flags flying, the imperial pavilion watching from one shore, the formations moving in complex patterns across the ice. He wrote a formal essay about it, the imperially composed essay on ice sports, explaining its importance for maintaining the martial spirit of the banners, its connection to Manchu cultural traditions, its expression of imperial authority and peaceful prosperity. It was part military review, part cultural preservation, part theatrical spectacle. The emperor, watching his soldiers demonstrate skill on the frozen lake, was the dynasty showing itself to itself, reminding the court of where the Qing had come from. The northern ice and open landscapes and physical excellence that had carried them to Beijing, and power and the yellow tiles of the Forbidden City. The ice that supported these performances in winter was the same ice from the same lakes that would be cut and stored and distributed as summer relief in July, winter and summer meeting in the same frozen surface, the cold doing 2 entirely different kinds of work for the same dynasty in the same place, 6 months apart. The ice system served the court. The court was not the city. The city of Beijing, with its hundreds of thousands of inhabitants, its merchants and craftsmen and laborers and servants and monks and beggars and soldiers and teachers, had its own relationship with summer heat, and that relationship involved no government cellar allocations, no wooden ice vessels inlaid with cloisonne, and, for most of the Qing period, no ice at all. Beyond the red walls, out through the gate, into the streets of Beijing. The summer heat is the same out here. If anything, it is worse. More people, narrower lanes, less stone and more dust, no garden to provide even the illusion of shade. The city is crowded and loud and hot, and no ice tickets are being distributed. For most of the Qing period, the law was clear. Ice harvesting was a state monopoly. Only government cellars and approved royal household cellars could operate. Private citizens could not harvest or store ice commercially. The common people had no legal access to the resource, not because anyone had decided to be deliberately cruel about it, but because the system had been designed to serve the court, and the court had never expanded the design to include anyone else. What ordinary people had instead, the well. Wells in Beijing were deep, and the water that came up was cooler than the ambient air. You could lower a watermelon on a rope and pull it up 20 minutes later, and it would be noticeably cooler than when it went down. Not ice cold, but meaningfully less hot. For someone working outside in July with no access to anything colder, this mattered. There were the cooked remedies, green bean soup, simmered and cooled. Sour plum soup, ume plums and hawthorn and licorice root and rock sugar, simmered for hours, strained, cooled, and drunk. Various herbal teas with cooling properties. You might, walking through a summer alley at dusk, hear a vendor calling out with the particular rhythm of a Beijing street cry, the clinking of copper bowls, the words advertising cold plum soup, and know, without looking, what was being sold. The sound was part of summer, the summer sound of people trying to be less hot. Late in the Qing period, something changed. As the government's control over commerce loosened, private commercial ice operations began to appear. These were called civilian cellars, Mingjiao, run by merchants, smaller than the official cellars, more pragmatic in their operations, and in summer, they sold. The record from Yanjing Suishi Ji, a late Qing account of seasonal life in Beijing, mentions street vendors called binghur, who walked the summer streets with shoulder poles, carrying something cold and primitive, the distant ancestor of the popsicle. Simple, not expensive, but still not cheap enough for everyone. There is a particular kind of gap made visible by this contrast. Inside the walls, ice delivered on allocation, carried in lacquered boxes by eunuchs, drunk in cloisonne vessels, cold air escaping upward through coin-shaped ventilation holes into rooms full of silk and lacquer and careful stillness. Outside the walls, a vendor with a shoulder pole in the heat, well water, green bean soup, the sound of copper bowls in the evening. Same sun, same heat, not the same summer. Historians studying the social history of the Qing period note that the official records spend very little time on how ordinary people experienced extreme weather. The documents that survived were mostly generated by and for people with access to government systems. The experience of the majority, how they managed, what they used, what they paid, what they went without lives mostly in casual accounts, local records, and the kind of literature that didn't make it into the official archives. The real texture of summer in Beijing, for most of the people who actually lived there, is still being recovered. But the well is still there. In the old Hutong neighborhoods, the ring of stone at the top worn smooth by centuries of rope, still cool inside, even now, still offering, in its patient way, the only cold the street could provide. There is a moment, somewhere in the middle of the 19th century, when two completely different ways of understanding coldness were operating simultaneously within a few miles of each other in coastal China, one that had been refined over 3,000 years and depended entirely on the rhythm of the natural seasons, and one that had been invented in an English workshop in 1834, and depended on compressed vapor and mechanical energy. And the world that resulted from that meeting was not the world that either tradition had anticipated. The Qing dynasty had its own chemistry of cold, long before any Western influence arrived. In the late Tang period, over 1,000 years ago, craftsmen working with gunpowder ingredients discovered something unexpected. When potassium nitrate, called shaoxi, saltpeter dissolved in water, it absorbed heat from its surroundings. The water around the solution became cold, sometimes cold enough to freeze. This is endothermic dissolution, a chemical process, and the people who discovered it centuries before European scientists gave it that name. Summer ice made on demand, without a cellar, without a frozen river, using a process that would not be formally described in Western chemistry until much later. The practical limitation was scale. Saltpeter ice was expensive to make and produced small quantities. It couldn't replace the cellars. It was useful for immediate, small scale needs chilling a drink, keeping a remedy cold, something quick and specific, not 14,000 tons, not a summer's worth of imperial coal. In 1834, in England, Jacob Perkins built the first continuously operating vapor compression refrigeration machine. It used ether as a refrigerant. It could produce cold indefinitely, as long as it had power and refrigerant. It did not require a frozen river. It did not require January. It was, in principle, seasonal independence. The decades after 1834 saw this technology develop and improve. And the decades after 1842, after the First Opium War opened, Chinese ports saw increasing numbers of Western merchants, missionaries, diplomats, and soldiers settling into treaty port communities. They brought with them goods and habits and ideas, and among those things were early awareness of, and eventually early examples of, mechanical refrigeration. You can imagine the scene. Somewhere in a foreign trading house in a treaty port, a machine that makes ice, people watching, not understanding the mechanism, understanding only the result that this device, this contraption of pipes and wheels, was producing cold without any winter, without any cellar, without any of the 3,000 years of institutional infrastructure that the same result required inside the Forbidden City. The Qing court's response to Western mechanical technology in this period was generally cautious. The instinct was to observe, to collect, occasionally to deploy in carefully limited contexts, but not to systematically incorporate into the way things were done. The methods that had worked for 3,000 years were not obviously broken. The harvest was still happening. The cellars were still filling. The tickets were still being issued. What historians are still working to document is the specific moment, which year, which institution, which person, when a mechanical refrigeration device was first seriously considered or used within an official Qing context. The records are sparse. The transition, when it came, was gradual and unannounced. Not the dramatic collision that the narrative arc might suggest. But something was beginning. In the foreign settlements on the coast, in the new skating clubs that appeared in Tianjin's concession areas in the 1880s, ice sports, imported from Europe, organized with European rules, alongside the traditional Manchu Bingshi that had been declared a national custom a century earlier. Two very different relationships with cold were occupying the same geography, slowly becoming aware of each other. Not yet in direct conflict, not yet resolved. The river still freezes in January. The ice is still there, on the surface of the water, waiting, as it always has, for someone to come and cut it. Whether that someone will bother is the question that the coming century is quietly assembling. The end of the imperial ice system was not dramatic. There was no official ceremony of closure, no edict declaring the tradition concluded, no final allocation of tickets. The system simply became less necessary, then less practiced, then remembered, then studied. The cellars that had held the cold through half a year went quiet. Some were demolished. Some were repurposed. A few survived into the present, and if you visit them on a summer day, you can still feel, inside the thick walls, something that is not quite warmth. The Qing dynasty weakens in stages through the 19th century. Wars lost. Treaties signed at unfavorable terms. Money flowing out. Institutions losing their grip on their own procedures. The imperial ice system doesn't collapse all at once. The harvest happens for years after the First Opium War. The cellars fill. The tickets are issued. The Bing Ban keeps its ice. But around the edges of the system, things are shifting. Commercial, civilian cellars are becoming more common. Some of them operate through arrangements with princely households, using the status of a noble's name to cover operations that are commercially motivated. The monopoly that had kept ice away from ordinary commerce is more a formality now than an enforced reality. Ice is beginning, slowly, to become something that money can buy. And the mechanical alternative is developing. The first commercial ice plants appear in the treaty ports, ice produced by machine, not by January. cheaper per unit as the technology matures, available in summer when the natural supply is most needed, not requiring a river, a cellar, 3 months of labor, a bureaucratic approval chain, or a favorable winter temperature. 1912. The Qing dynasty ends. The institution that gave the imperial ice system its reason for existing is gone. The official cellars lose their mandate. Some close, some continue in altered forms, serving whatever institution or enterprise moves into the space. The Gongyi Hutong cellar near the Drum Tower in Beijing eventually becomes a restaurant, a place where people come to eat in a room that was designed to keep things cold, which has a particular atmosphere that no modern refrigeration can replicate. The Shuiqi ice cellar, which had served the Qing court for the better part of 3 centuries, continued to operate for commercial ice storage until the 1970s. Decades after electric refrigerators had already entered Chinese homes in significant numbers. The design that worked in 1644 was still working in 1970. The thick walls and the arched vault and the drainage system had lost nothing of their function in 300 years. In the 1980s and after, household refrigerators became common, then widespread, then universal, and with that, the last reason to cut ice from frozen rivers and carry it to underground vaults disappeared from practical life. The tradition became history, then heritage, then, for most people, something that had to be explained before it could be appreciated. The workers who had cut ice from these rivers, whose fathers had cut ice, and their fathers before them found other work. What happened to them? Specifically, how the transition affected families, whose identity had been organized around a seasonal labor that no longer existed, is not well documented. They disappear from the record the same way they entered it, quietly, without individual names, as part of the background of history rather than its subject. Today, the Shuiqi Ice Cellar is a listed historical site. The Gongyi Hutong Cellars are a restaurant. In the Palace Museum, the Bingbon sit in glass cases, the cloisonné one, the rosewood ones, the ones with copper fittings, beautiful objects, still functional, if you put ice in them. Still, as far as anyone can tell, the correct answer to the problem they were designed to solve. Push a button, ice appears. This is available to almost everyone now, at minimal cost, in a few hours. What it took to produce the same result in 1700, the rivers cleaned in autumn, the ice measured in December, the harvest in January, the stacking and sealing and waiting, the tickets and allocations and officials and workers and sleds and cellars and straw and drainage, all of that has become invisible. The cold arrives without a history, immediately, as though it were simply always there. Historians are still working through the records, still finding details in the archives, still recovering the full shape of a system that was, in its way, one of the most elaborate logistical operations in the pre-modern world, organized around a simple physical fact, that in Beijing, winter is cold, and summer is hot, and someone decided, 3,000 years ago, to do something about the distance between them. The walls of the cellar are still thick, still cool to the touch in July, still holding something in that has no name now except the memory of cold. Closing. The temperature of history, what you carry out with you when you leave. The city is quiet now. The palace rooftops are still under a dark sky. The ice cellar walls are cold on one side and warm on the other, as they always were. And you have been carrying around this history long enough that it has done what cold things do. It has moved from the outside in, from information to something that rests in a different part of you. The night has settled in, fully dark now, the kind of darkness that feels deliberate and complete. You have been somewhere today, not far in distance, a long way in time. You stood in a summer courtyard and felt the heat between red walls. You followed the logic of cold backward through 3,000 years. You watched workers on a frozen river that no longer exists in the same form, cutting blocks of water that are gone now, carrying them to vaults that are still standing. You learned about a man whose job title was the Ice Official, and whose existence in a 2,000-year-old list of government positions is somehow both completely ordinary and quietly startling. You sat near a wooden box with coin-shaped holes in the lid, breathing cold air upward into a silk-curtained room, and understood, in some small way, what it was like to live inside a hierarchy where even the temperature you were permitted to experience depended on where you stood in the order of things. You watched an emperor on a frozen lake, watching hundreds of soldiers move in the shape of a dragon across the ice, and understood that this was not just entertainment, it was the dynasty reminding itself of who it was, where it came from, the cold it had come from, the cold it was still carrying. And you saw the system end, not with drama, with the quiet, gradual replacement of one answer to a question by a different, more efficient, far less interesting answer. The answer that now sits in the corner of almost every room, humming softly, keeping things cold, with no history attached to it at all. Let that settle. Let the history rest where it is, in the thick walls of cellars, in the coin holes of lacquered boxes, in the grooved floor tiles that channeled meltwater away, in the archives where the ice ticket budget lines still exist, patient and precise, waiting to be read. The room you are in is cooled without effort now, without a river, without a cellar, without 3 months of labor and a bureaucratic chain reaching from the winter ice to the summer court. Just electricity and compressed gas working quietly in a machine that never stops. Let yourself be cool. That's all. Nothing else is required. The walls of the palace are still standing in the dark. The cellar walls are still thick. The winter river still freezes in January. The ice is still there. On the surface of the water, crystalline and heavy and quiet, the way it has always been, waiting for morning and the sound of tools beginning their work. But that is for morning. That is for January. That is for another history, another day. For now, the room is cool. The night is quiet. The story is done. Good night. You are in a small wooden house in a fishing village, somewhere on the Japanese coast, sometime in the early Showa period, roughly the 1920s and 1930s. There are no electric lights here. The only thing you can see is a thin sliver of oil lamp glow coming through the wall gap from the neighbor's house next door. You sit up. The Times, tatami Times, mat beneath you is slightly firm. The quilts smell of salt and damp. This is simply what things smell like here. The sea works its way into everything: the bedding, the clothing, the walls, the spaces between your bones. You can hear footsteps outside. Soft ones. Unhurried. The other women of the village are already moving. You take a slow breath and begin the quiet work of preparing yourself for what comes next is less than Hashon. 5 hash is greater than. The water today is perhaps 12 or 13 degrees. That is Celsius, which is, in other words, very cold indeed. The kind of cold that makes you wonder, briefly, what exactly you have agreed to. You push the door open. The air outside is colder than the room. Wetter. The horizon is just beginning to separate from the sky, a faint blue-gray line, like ink dropped into water, spreading slowly. There are no clocks here. No alarm bells. No radios. The times, times, do not wake with the sun. They wake with the tide. This is an important distinction. The best time to work the sea is when the tide pulls back, when the water is shallower, the currents gentler, the rocks more exposed. Some mornings, that means setting out before 3. Other mornings, you can sleep until 9 or 10. Your body knows which morning this is. It has learned the rhythm, the way a hand learns a tool. You walk the single lane that runs through the village toward the water. Doors are already open. From inside comes the low murmur of women, speaking to one another in the dim light. The waves are small today. We can go further out. The eastern rocks, someone said, the abalone are thick there now. Your daughter starts learning this year, doesn't she? These conversations sound ordinary. And they are ordinary, which is itself worth noticing. Because what they describe is one of the most unusual occupations in all of Japanese history is less than Hashon. 5 hash is greater than. Number. The times times, are almost entirely women. They always have been. There are a few explanations for this. One is physiological. Women tend to carry more subcutaneous fat, which provides some insulation against prolonged cold water exposure. The body holds its warmth a little longer. Another explanation is simply the logic of the household. Men went out on boats. Men worked the fields and carried heavy loads. The nearshore work, patient, repetitive, requiring breath control more than brute strength, fell naturally to the women. A division of labor, not a destiny, just an arrangement, one that held quietly for more than 1,000 years. In truth, both things are probably right, and neither one tells the whole story. You reach the shore. 7 or 8 women are already gathered. They range from perhaps 15 years old to well past 60. There is no retirement age for the times, Amma. You keep working as long as your body allows. And quietly, the older women are often the best. They know which patch of sea floor holds abalone. They know which rocks conceal something worth finding. They know exactly how long they can stay down before the moment of return. That kind of knowledge is not taught in a morning. It is built over decades. One dive at a time. You greet the others and check your equipment. Your equipment is simple enough to make a modern person wince is less than has hone. 5 hash is greater than. A white hemp wrap around the waist. A pair of wooden-framed goggles, handmade, glass lenses, cotton padding around the edges, held in place with a cloth band. A small iron times kyokoshi, the prying tool for loosening abalone from rock. A net bag at your hip. No wetsuit. No fins. No oxygen. This is the standard kit. And in truth, it has changed very little since the Edo period, 2 centuries before. You touch the glass of your goggles. They are a little cloudy, scratched from long use. The earliest times Amma, it is said, dove without goggles at all. Eyes open in salt water. You prefer not to think too long about that. The sea this morning is deep gray blue. A few gulls turning slowly overhead. You walk to the small stone shrine at the edge of the path. The carving inside is very old. Wind and salt water have blurred the features until they are almost abstract, just the suggestion of a face, the impression of a deity. You press your hands together. You lower your head. Every times, Amma times, village has its guardian. Every woman has her own words. Some say a Buddhist prayer. Some say their ancestors' names. Some say nothing at all, just hold a quiet intention somewhere behind the eyes. What you say is what the old woman taught you. A few lines of gratitude toward the sea. A request for a good catch. A hope for safe return. For yourself, for all your sisters on the water today is less than has hone. 5 hash is greater than. Then you straighten. You take one last look at the land behind you. Green hills. A thread of smoke from a chimney. The distant sound of a rooster. Quiet, patient, unhurried. The sea waits. Number, into the cold. The working site today is a reef field on the eastern side of the village. The rocks here are plentiful and complex, full of crevices and shadows. Exactly the kind of place abalone prefer. They are nocturnal creatures. They feed at night and spend the daylight hours pressed deep into dark corners, resting. Which means you spend your working hours searching those corners. You stand at the edge of the reef and look down. The water is clear enough to see a few meters. Shapes of rock. Ribbons of kelp. A soft, restless motion. Beside you, the old woman, the times, Oba-san times of this little group, is already removing her sandals. You do the same. You tuck them into a crack in the rock. Your feet find the stone. It is rough and cold. Your souls have long since stopped minding. Years of going barefoot have left calluses that do any sandal's work, and then some. You stand at the edge. The water is below. You breathe in deeply. You jump. The cold arrives all at once. 12 degrees of seawater is not a gradual experience. It is immediate, complete, like stepping into a different element entirely. Your skin contracts instantly. Every pore closes is less than has hone. 5 hash is greater than. Your muscles begin to shiver without asking permission. This is the body doing what bodies do, generating heat through movement. But shivering burns oxygen. And oxygen, right now, is your most valuable possession. You force yourself still. You float. You let the sea do what it wants to do for a few seconds. And then, somewhere around the 10th or 12th second, something shifts. Not warmth exactly. More like the absence of protest. Your nerves have adjusted their reporting. The signal of times, cold times, grows quieter. This is a useful state. Also, a slightly dangerous one. The cold has not gone anywhere. It is still there, doing its patient work. You have simply stopped noticing it as sharply. You pull your goggles down over your eyes. You take one breath, slow, full, deliberate. You dive. Number. Underwater, the world changes. Sound becomes something felt rather than heard. Light breaks apart into fragments, shifting on the rock below. You swim downward. Feet barely moving. Hands occasionally adjusting your direction. The pressure builds against your ears. You swallow to equalize, a technique the old woman taught you every meter or two, or else your ears will hurt for days. After 5 or 6 seconds, you reach the bottom. It is a different world down here. Rock, kelp, sand, shell. Small creatures moving in the crevices, things you never learned the names of. Going about their unhurried business is less than Hasson. 5 hash is greater than. Light filters down from the surface in shifting panels. It looks, from here, like the floor of a cathedral. But you have no time to look. You have perhaps a minute and a half. Maybe 2 minutes on a good day. That is the window. Find the abalone. Pry it loose. Surface. The clock in your chest has already started. Abalone cling to rock with extraordinary force. Their foot is a wide, powerful muscle, capable of gripping with a strength far beyond their modest size. The foot also secretes a kind of mucus that fills every gap between itself and the stone, creating something close to a vacuum seal. Muscle plus vacuum. A simple and remarkably effective defense. The key, the old woman told you, is surprise. Move slowly until the moment of contact. Then fast. Insert the prying tool before the animal has time to react. Break the seal. And in one continuous motion, lever it free. If the abalone feels you coming, if it senses the vibration of your approach and tightens its grip, you will struggle for nothing. 10 times your strength may not be enough. So the virtue here is not force. It is timing. It is the patience to wait and the quickness to act in the exact right moment. Quiet, precise, committed. You scan the rocks. The first hollow you check is empty. Just stone. The second holds a cluster of small crabs, who regard you with what appears to be mild offense is less than Hasson. 5 hash is greater than. Then you see it. a shape on the far side of a low rock, gray-brown, slightly domed, pressed into a narrow crack about 3 meters away. Abalone. A good-sized one. Shell, diameter, perhaps 12 or 13 centimeters. You move toward it. You draw the iron tool from your belt. You position the blade at the edge where shell meets stone, finding the weak point along the rim where the grip is slightly less than absolute. You wait 1 breath's worth of stillness. Then you press. Hard and clean. The tool goes in. The abalone reacts. You feel its resistance travel up through the handle into your palm, a focused, muscular pulling back toward the stone. You push through it. 1 turn of the wrist. Then another. For a moment, you and the animal are simply testing each other. Then, a soft, muffled release. The abalone comes away from the rock. It tumbles slightly in the water. You catch it one-handed. You tuck it into the net bag. And now your chest tells you what your mind already knows. It is time to go up. Number the surface. You push off from the bottom. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2. You break the surface. And you make the sound. Every times Emma Times makes this sound when she surfaces, a long, rising exhalation, pitched slightly sharp, something between a whistle and a bird call. It has a name, isobu, the sea whistle. The breath of the sea diver is less than hashone. 5 hash is greater than. Some people say it is a technique, clearing the lungs efficiently, expelling the carbon dioxide, so fresh air can follow faster. Some say it is a signal. I am here. I am up. I am well. Some say it is simply habit, built over generations, passed from mother to daughter, without much theorizing about why. Perhaps all 3 things are true. What matters is the sound itself, that long, thin note of release, and then, immediately after, the deep pull of air back in. In truth, there is nothing quite like that breath. It is the breath you have been working toward for the past 90 seconds. Every dive is, in a way, a journey toward that single inhale. You float on your back for a moment. The sky above you is very blue. A few clouds drifting. Sunlight rippling on the water around you. You look down at the net bag. 1 abalone, its small feelers still moving, still apparently in discussion with itself about what has just happened. I am sorry, you think toward it. This is my work. Then you breathe 3 more times, slow and full, and you dive again. Number. The old woman. Her name in the village is simply Times Oba-san. The grandmother. She is 63 years old. She has been in Times, AMA Times, for more than 50 years. She entered the water for the first time at 12, led by her own mother, and she has not really left it since. Her mother was in Times Ama. Her mother's mother was in Times Ama. 8 generations back, as far as anyone can trace. All of them women, all of them this coast, all of them the sea is less than has hone. 5 hash is greater than. In the early Showa period villages, where the Times, Ama Times worked, almost everyone was local. These were not careers you moved to. They were lives you were born into. Girls grew up knowing what they would become. Not as a limitation, exactly. More the way a child in a farming family simply knows about the land. The work shapes the identity before the child has words for either. Over time, this created something dense and compact, a culture that barely needed explaining, because everyone inside it understood. You watch the old woman between dives. She surfaces cleanly every time. The times, isobu times, sound she makes is different from yours. Lower, more settled, like something that has stopped being effortful and become simply a fact of the body. She rests for 30 seconds. She dives again. She does this without visible drama. No preparation rituals between dives. No visible anxiety. She just goes. Somewhere in those 50 years, the boundary between times, Ama times, and sea has become genuinely unclear. After perhaps 30 minutes, she calls from across the water. Stop daydreaming. The tide is coming. You look up. The sky has lightened. The water around you has changed color slightly. The current is shifting. You have been so absorbed in the work of searching and prying that you did not notice time passing. You swim toward shore. Number. The firehouse. On the beach, not far from the reef, there is a small shelter, is less than has hone. 5 hash is greater than. 4 wooden posts. A roof of dried grass. A packed earth floor. And in the center, a fire. That is all. But for a woman who has just spent an hour in 12-degree seawater, wearing a cotton wrap, this shelter is not a simple structure. It is warmth. And warmth, right now, is as essential as food or water. You step inside. The heat from the fire reaches you before you are fully through the entrance. Your body leans toward it involuntarily. You sit close to the flame and hold your hands near it. First sensation, a sharp sting in the fingertips. Then, as the blood moves back, something softer. Real warmth. Working inward. The old woman presses a bowl of rough tea into your hands. You thank her and drink it in small sips. The tea is not good tea. It is dark and slightly bitter, and the leaves are coarse. It is, at this moment, among the best things you have ever tasted. This small shelter, the Times Amagoya, or diver's hut, exists at almost every Times. Times working site along the Japanese coast. Some are better built than this one. Some are worse. But the function is always the same, a place to recover between the sea and the work ahead. In the early Showa period, they were usually very modest affairs. No insulation. No furniture. Just the fire and the company and a little time. Around you, the other women settle. Some talk. Today's catches, which reef looked promising, what happened in the village last week, whether the autumn fish will be good or poor, is less than has hone. 5 hash is greater than. Some sit in silence, eyes half closed, warming their feet. Occasionally, someone laughs. Not a big laugh. The small, dry kind, shared between people who have known each other's company long enough that whole conversations can pass in a glance. You sit quietly and listen. You are still relatively young here. The talking can wait. The fire is enough. In the corner of the shelter, you notice a girl of perhaps 15 or 16, new this season, or close to it. She is sitting with her knees pulled up, shivering steadily, watching the older women with wide and careful eyes. She has the look of someone who is still waiting to feel like they belong here. You remember that feeling. You were 13 when your mother first brought you to the water. She walked you to the edge. She held your hand, and then she let go. The cold hit you so completely that you could not breathe for a moment. You did not cry. Your mother was watching, and something in you knew that crying was not the right response. So you just stood there in the water, feeling the cold move through you like a tide of its own, and you waited until your body decided what to do about it. You managed, perhaps 10 seconds underwater on that first dive. Your mother said only, slowly, "It will get better." It took years before you believed her completely. In truth, she was right. Number. The afternoon, after perhaps an hour on shore, you go back in, is less than has-hone. 5 is greater than. The afternoon sea is different from the morning sea. The current has shifted. There is more resistance now. You have to work harder to hold position underwater, to keep your body steady as the water moves past. This is the part of the time's Amma's work that most people do not think about. The muscle, not the drama of the deep dive, just the constant, quiet, physical labor of moving through a medium that does not stay still. Hour after hour, day after day, season after season, the work is repetitive enough that you fall into a kind of rhythm. Down, search, pry, up, breathe, down again. Your mind finds a particular quality of stillness inside this rhythm. Not empty exactly, more like water, present but transparent. You are aware of everything around you without being caught by any of it. Late in the afternoon, the wind picks up. White lines appear on the far surface of the sea, the beginning of chop. The old woman's voice carries across the water. Wind is rising. That is enough for today. No argument. No hesitation. This is one of the first lessons the times Amma times learn. The sea does not negotiate. You can push against cold. You can push against tiredness. You cannot push against the sea when it has decided to change. It changes faster than you can account for. And it does not care about your plans. You begin swimming in. Ahead of you, one of the younger women has stopped, is less than has hone. 5 is greater than. She is floating strangely, not diving, not swimming toward shore. Just lying on the surface, moving oddly. You stop. Are you all right? She turns. Her face is pale. Cramp. Right calf. You reach her in a few strokes. Hold onto my shoulder. Keep your head up. You reach underwater and find the seized muscle, hard as wood, knotted completely. You grip the ankle, flex the foot upward, work the calf with your other hand. She says nothing. She is using all available resources on keeping her expression steady. After a minute, the muscle begins to release. Better, she tries the leg. Nods. We go slowly, you tell her. You bring her in together. The old woman is waiting on the shore. She looks at the younger woman, cataloging, assessing, and then at you. "Good," she says simply. In the water, we watch each other. This is not a speech. It is a fact, stated once. Then she looks at the younger woman. "Warm up before you go in next time. And come up when your body tells you, not when you are ready. When your body tells you." The girl nods. The old woman does not say anything more. There are things that lectures cannot teach. The sea is a better teacher. The only cost of its lessons is that they are sometimes very final. Over time, this is the hidden shape of the times Amma's life. From the outside, it might appear romantic is less than Heshone. 5 is greater than women and the sea. Something ancient and clean and free. The truth is simpler than that. Cold, tired, dangerous. These are the 3 words that fit most honestly around what the times, Amma times, actually experience. The historical records from coastal villages in the early Showa period suggest that most communities lost 1 or 2 women a year. Not every year, but often enough that everyone had a name in mind. Drowning, hypothermia, a seizure underwater, a sudden current, a rock that moved. The sea has patience that outlasts any individual human life. The times, Amma times, know this. They pray before they enter the water. They leave on time. They watch each other. And they keep going back. Not from recklessness, from the understanding that the sea is both the danger and the livelihood. You cannot separate them. You can only manage the relationship with as much care and skill as 50 years of practice can provide. Quietly, the old women are the safest. Not because they have become less afraid, because they have learned precisely what to be afraid of and what is simply uncomfortable. The distinction matters. Number, evening. The fire on the shore. You carry your net bag back to the village. 7 abalone today. Heavy enough to make the bag swing against your hip as you walk. Not your best day. Not your worst. A working day. The old woman walks beside you is less than Hazon. 5 is greater than. Her bag holds perhaps 10 or 11. But her stride is steady, not the stride of someone who has been in cold water for 6 hours, though she has been. She has the walk of someone who simply lives this way, who has lived it long enough that it no longer registers as extraordinary. You notice, not for the first time, that this is what mastery looks like. Not performance, just presence. At the edge of the village, where the path curves toward the shore, you stop. Oba-san, you say. I want to stay and cook one tonight. She looks at you. Then she almost smiles. Not quite, but close. One of the big ones, the biggest. Don't make the fire too large, she says. Don't burn the rocks. Then she is gone, walking steadily toward home. You find a flat rock near the water. Dry sea driftwood, there is always plenty here, arranged in a small, careful pile. Dry grass underneath. You take the fire striker from your belt pouch. Strike it once, twice. A spark catches the grass. You lean in, blow very softly, and a small flame lifts its head. You arrange 3 stones above the fire to make a simple grate. Then you take the abalone, the large one, the one that cost you nearly too much, and place it shell side down on the hot stone. It takes a moment to begin. Then a small sound, a quiet sizzling as the body heats and the natural liquid starts to release. And then the smell is less than has-hone. 5 hash is greater than. This is the part that is difficult to describe to anyone who has not sat beside a seashore fire. At the end of a hard day, cooking something, they caught themselves. The smell is salt and depth and warmth. It is the condensed essence of the sea, not raw, not sharp, but drawn down to something simpler. Something that bypasses thought and speaks directly to the body's older instincts. Your stomach says something that needs no translation. You wait. The sky moves through its changes. Orange gives way to red. Red to purple. Purple to the first deep blue. A single star appears to the east, as it always does, slightly ahead of the others. The fire pops gently. The abalone steams in its shell. There is no one else on the beach. The sea retreats slowly, methodically, uncovering rocks, leaving behind small pools, where crabs and sea creatures resume their unhurried work. You are very tired. The good kind of tired, the kind that is honest about what the day was. You lift the abalone from the stone. The shell has become its own bowl, holding the animal's own juices like a small, natural cup. You cut the meat loose with your knife. It comes away easily now. A single large piece, denser and firmer than you might expect. Abalone does not soften into tenderness the way most shellfish do. It keeps its texture. It asks you to chew, and in the chewing, it gives you something. A flavor that is clean and deep and marine, not fishy, not sharp is less than has hone. 5 is greater than, more like the essential distillate of everything the sea does quietly underground. A faint sweetness underneath the salt. Something almost mineral. Patient. You sit with this flavor for a while. There is no sauce, no garnish, nothing between the food and you. In truth, nothing is needed. This abalone was on the sea floor this morning. You found it. You pried it from the rock. You carried it up through 12 degrees of seawater. You brought it to shore in your own hands. And now you are eating it. There is something in that chain, something in the directness of it, that changes the flavor of the thing entirely. Not because of chemistry, because of meaning. Every step from sea to mouth was yours. All the cold and effort and skill are present in the taste. No restaurant, however excellent, can put that into a dish. You eat slowly. You watch the sea in the growing dark. A fishing boat returns in the distance, its sail catching the last light. The gulls have gone quiet. The tide continues its retreat. You think about your mother. She was in times Amma times 2. She brought you to the water when you were 13, held your hand to the edge, and then let go, as her mother had done for her and her mother before that. She died a few years ago. Quickly. A sudden illness. Here 1 week, gone the next. You cried for a long time. Then you went back to work as less than has hone. 5 is greater than, because that is what she would have done. Because the sea does not pause for grief, and grief, eventually, does not pause the sea. The old woman told you once, your mother would be proud. You did not know what to say. You still don't. You just keep going back into the water. That is the most honest answer you have. You throw the empty shell back into the sea. It lands softly, disappears in a small white ring of foam, and sinks. Returned. You use your foot to spread sand over the embers. You wait until they are dark and cold before you leave. Then you stand, brush the sand from your clothes, and look at the ocean one last time. The moon has come up. Not full, but bright enough. The path home is clear. Over time, the times, AMA times, communities would change. By the latter half of the 20th century, younger women had other options. Cities, factories, schools, different lives. The villages grew smaller. The diving groups grew older. Today, AMA times still work along parts of the Japanese coast, particularly around Ise and the Shima Peninsula. They are fewer than they once were, but they are still there, still diving, still making that sound when they surface, that thin, high exhalation, that note of release. The times isobue, the sea whistle, unchanged across centuries. In truth, the times, AMA times, were never celebrated much, while they were common. They were simply there, part of the coastline's furniture, as ordinary as the gulls, as constant as the tide is less than Hashone. 5 is greater than. It is only at a distance that we notice what they carried. Not just the abalone, not just the livelihood, a way of being in relationship with the natural world that most modern lives have lost the shape of. They knew the sea the way you know a difficult older relative, with deep familiarity, with real affection, with absolute knowledge that it could hurt you badly, and the stubborn decision to show up anyway. You walk back to the village. The oil lamps are lit in the windows. The neighbor's door is open. Somewhere, someone is cooking rice. The smell drifts out into the cold night air. You are tired. Tomorrow will be the same. Earlier start, perhaps. The same cold water, the same rocky floor, the same slow, patient searching for the shapes that matter. But that is tomorrow. Right now, the moon is bright. The path is clear. Your belly is warm. And somewhere behind you, the sea continues its long, uninterrupted work, pulling and returning, the way it has done, since long before anyone thought to name it. You walk home. The stars multiply above you. Sleep well. Tonight, you go back. Not far. Not to a distant land or a forgotten century. Simply back to a winter evening in Beijing. 200 or 300 years before your own time. The sky is dark. The snow is falling. and somewhere inside a great walled mansion in the heart of the city, a life is about to begin. Yours. The snow comes down slowly tonight. You notice it first on the rooftops. The long rows of glazed gray tiles along the mansion's ridgeline, each one catching a thin line of white. The flakes are not large. They are small and fine, the kind that settle without sound, covering everything gradually, patiently. This is a Bile's mansion. In the Qing imperial order, a Bile holds the third rank of nobility. Not the highest title, not the lowest. The kind of household where lanterns burn through the night and the courtyard stones are always swept clean. Tonight, the lanterns are burning in every window. Every single one. Step through the gate. The wood is heavy and dark with lacquer. Your hand rests on it for a moment, smooth and cold. Inside the first courtyard, a servant hurries past with a basin of hot water, the steam curling up around her arms and vanishing into the cold air. She does not notice you. She has somewhere to be. Move deeper into the compound. Each courtyard leads to the next through a round moon gate. Stone underfoot, cold and faintly damp. The smell of coal smoke drifting from somewhere beneath the main hall, warm and mineral. And from the innermost room, a sound that is not quite sound, a low murmur, a soft rhythm, the edge of something ceremonial. Inside that room, your mother, your M.A., is lying on a heated Kang platform. The Kang is warm beneath her. Coal burns in the chamber below the stone, radiating heat upward through the platform and through the layers of quilted bedding piled on top. The room smells of burning artemisia and something herbal that the shamanka brought with her. Yes, there is a shamanka here. She stands near the far corner of the room, her eyes half closed, her lips moving in a continuous murmur. In her hands she holds a string of copper bells. She shakes them once, a sound like water in a narrow stream, and then is still again. The Manchu people carried their spiritual traditions with them when they came south from the northern forests. Even now, generations into their reign over all of China, even now, in this great Beijing mansion surrounded by imperial architecture and court ceremony, the Shaman Ka is here. She has always been here for a birth. Around your mother's bed, others are gathered. A midwife with steady hands. 2 young maidservants, their sleeves rolled up, their faces flushed from the warmth. A senior attendant who has witnessed many such nights and watches everything with the calm of long experience. Outside, in the covered corridor, your father walks. He is a Baal, a man accustomed to composure. But tonight, composure is harder than usual. He takes a few steps, turns, takes a few more. His breath comes out in small white clouds. His formal robe is slightly askew. No one mentions this. Then, from inside the room, you cry. One sound, clear and sudden in the quiet night. The midwife lifts you. You are small. You are warm. You are here. She wraps you in a square of soft cotton that has been warming near the stove. Your hands are curled. Your eyes are shut. The room around you smells of coal, smoke, and hot water, and, faintly, the dried tangerine peel someone has hung near the window. Your father enters. He looks at you. His face, which has been carefully neutral all evening, shifts just slightly. He asks one question. Boy or girl, a little Jeje? The midwife tells him. A little princess. He is quiet for a moment. Then he smiles. Not a large smile. A smaller, genuine one. In the Qing imperial clan, a daughter is not nothing. A daughter can be placed carefully, strategically at the center of an alliance. She can become a bridge between families, between peoples, between worlds that would otherwise remain apart. You don't know any of this yet. You know only warmth, cotton against your skin, the amber glow of lanterns beyond your closed eyelids, the distant sound of someone's copper bells settling. In a few days, a messenger will carry your birth record to the office of the imperial clan, the Zongrenfo, which manages every birth, death, marriage, and inheritance within the imperial bloodline. Even you, a small girl born in the middle of a winter night, will have your line in the ledger. On the third day after your birth, there will be a washing ceremony. Relatives will come to the mansion. A basin of water will be prepared with artemisia and auspicious herbs, the smell of it warm and faintly medicinal. The midwife will wash you gently, murmuring her blessings over you. The guests will drop small coins into the water soft, ringing plunks wishing you long life and fortune. You will sleep through most of it. You have been doing this since you arrived sleeping, waking briefly, sleeping again. The world beyond your eyelids is warm and full of voices. Someone is always nearby. Someone always reaches for you before you have had time to be afraid. Your father gives you a small name. Amin. In Manchu, it means peace. stillness, the quiet at the center of things. Outside, the snow is still falling. It settles on the glazed gray tiles, on the stone paths between courtyards, on the branches of the garden trees that are bare and dark against the winter sky. You don't know about any of that yet. You only know warmth. You only know nearness. For now, that is enough. And as the snow covers the courtyard in a thin, even layer of white, the days ahead are already beginning slowly, gently, to take shape. The snow of that first winter settles. Slowly it thaws. Spring comes to the courtyard. Then summer. Then another winter. You are growing. You are not aware of growing. Of course, you are only aware of the sensations that surround you. The rhythm of a voice. The warmth of someone's arms. And the gentle, continuous swaying that seems, in these earliest months, to be the center of your world. You spend your first 2 years in a yoche. That is what they call it, the Manchu cradle. It is shaped something like a small boat, carved from wood or woven from split rattan, curved upward at both ends, hollow in the middle where you lie. Inside, soft quilted padding in layers. A small, firm pillow beneath the back of your head. Cloth sides that you can touch with your fingertips, rough and warm at once. The yo-che hangs from a beam or a frame by a length of rope. When someone gives it the lightest push, it swings. Slowly. Back and forth. Back and forth. You feel this as the whole world moving. Your nanny's name is Wang. She is a Manchu woman in her 30s. Round-faced. Steady. Her voice always sounds as though she is on the edge of singing something. Her own child has recently been weaned, and so she has come to this household to nurse you to be your RMM, your wet nurse, your MA, in practice while your mother attends to the many other obligations of her life. Your mother is the bile's secondary consort. She must greet the senior consort each morning. She must manage her household affairs, attend ceremonies and banquets, maintain the complex and delicate social architecture of a powerful family. The nursing of infants belongs to someone else. This is the way things are done. Wang Nanny does not mind this arrangement. She is devoted to you in a way that has nothing to do with assignment. Every morning she lifts you from the yoche, changes your wrappings, wipes your face with a warm cloth that smells faintly of dried chrysanthemum. She feeds you. She holds you upright and pats your back until you make the small sound she is waiting for. Then she wraps you again snug, warm, contained, and sets you back into the cradle. Push. Swing. You look up at the ceiling. In winter, the beams are still and dark. In summer, a small square of light from the high window moves slowly across the ceiling as the hours pass. You watch this migration of light without understanding it. It is simply something that happens. It is something you wait for. Wang Nanny hums. The tune is an old Manchu folk song. You don't understand the words. You understand only the rhythm, slow, circular, as steady as the cradle's swing. You hear it, and something in you settles. Your hands uncurl. Your breathing slows. There is an old tradition among the Manchu people of placing an infant in the yoche on their back, the head resting on a firm surface. Over generations, this created something distinctive, a slightly flattened shape at the back of the skull. A quiet mark carried in the body, a trace of a way of living that reaches back to forests and hunting grounds and the cold, clear rivers of the Northeast. You carry it too, though you will never think about it. You only know that the pillow beneath your head is firm, that the cradle sways, that Wang Nanny's voice is always nearby. Your mother visits. She comes every few days, stepping through the round moon gate in her long embroidered robe, her hair dressed formally. She lifts you from the cradle carefully, a little uncertain, as if afraid of doing it wrong, and holds you against her chest. She presses her face to your cheek. She says your small name. Amin. She stays for a while. Then she goes. She has things to do. She always has things to do. Wang Nanny takes you back. You don't mind. Wang Nanny's arms are familiar in a different way, warmer, more constant, shaped by 1,000 hours of holding you. Time passes the way it does in the very earliest years. Unmeasured, fluid, rich with sensation and poor in memory. The sound of rain on the roof tiles high and quick in summer, slower in autumn. The smell of coal smoke from the kang below your room, rising through the stone, warming the floor. The soft weight of a blanket being tucked around you in the deepest cold. A bell somewhere beyond the mansion walls, distant and unhurried. Push. Swing. Seasons turn. You grow. The yoche holds you through 2 winters and the 2 summers between them. When you finally climb out of it for the last time unsteady on your feet, arms extended for balance, making your first tentative steps on cold stone, you have no memory of having been put into it. You only carry, somewhere in the deeper parts of your body, the sense that the world is supposed to sway. That sense never entirely leaves you. The cradle is set aside now, and the courtyard, which has been a soft and distant place seen from someone else's arms, becomes somewhere you walk in with your own 2 feet. You are 3 years old. The courtyard that once seemed enormous, a universe of stone and sky, has taken on edges and corners. You know where the doorways are. You know which step is slightly higher than the others. You know the sound of Wang Nanny's footsteps approaching from across the stone path. You know your name. And now, someone is going to teach you what it means to carry it. Your courtyard is small, but it is yours. 3 rooms along the north wall. 2 smaller ones on the east side. The stone paving goes cold under your feet in the early morning, even through the cloth soles of your shoes. Along the south wall, a hawthorn tree, a high tongue, blooms pink in spring and drops small red fruit in autumn. In winter, it is bare and dark against the pale sky. You have learned to run. You run in circles, chasing things or simply moving because you can. Wang Nanny calls after you to slow down. You slow down for approximately 3 steps, then speed up again. But you are 3 now. And 3 is different. The first lesson is this: there are people, and there are people. Your father has 3 consorts. The senior consort is the principal wife, the Di Fujin. Her sons will inherit. Below her, 2 side consorts, including your mother. Below them, the lesser concubines. Each occupies a precise place. Each requires a precise form of address. You are your mother's daughter, a secondary daughter. This means something. You must learn to address each woman in the household correctly. The senior consort you call Dianyang First Mother. Your own mother is simply Anyang. The others have their own designations. You practice with Wang Nanny in the courtyard. She makes her face very formal, the way a senior person would look. She nods to prompt you. You press your palms lightly to your thighs, bend your knees, and tip slightly forward in the small, controlled gesture called Dunan, the proper greeting for a Manchu woman. Not a bow, not a full prostration. A measured dip, the weight distributed carefully, the head inclined just slightly. You are 3. Your legs are short and your balance is uncertain. You tip sideways. Wang Nanny catches your elbow. Again. You try again. 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 By the end of the morning, your knees ache. There is a small bruise beginning where you stumbled against the stone doorway. But something is taking shape in your body, the beginning of a physical understanding. A memory in the muscles that is not yet a habit, but is on its way to becoming one. The second lesson is simpler to state and harder to practice. Silence. In the presence of elders and honored guests, you do not speak unless spoken to. You do not ask questions in the middle of someone else's conversation. You do not point or pull at sleeves or wander. You stand beside your mother with your hands folded at your front, your eyes lowered to a middle distance. You look at the floor, or at a point at about the level of the speaker's chest. You listen. You wait. You are not, by nature, a still child. You like questions. You like the sound of your own voice. You like knowing what is happening and why. But this is what is required, and so you practice it. The first time you attend a formal reception in the main hall, you last 4 minutes before saying something you are not supposed to say. Wang Nanny's eyes flash at you from across the room. You press your lips together. You are silent for the rest of the hour. That evening, Wang Nanny gives you a small piece of honey candy. "Well done," she says. "You only spoke once." You eat the candy without arguing with this accounting. Over the months that follow, you learn the shape of your own household, the timing of things, when to arrive and when to leave, when a greeting is required and when a bow alone is sufficient. You learn the names of the senior servants, the housekeeper, the head cook, the stable master, and you learn why these names matter. It is not that this world is unfriendly. It is simply that it has structure. And the structure, for those who understand it, is a kind of shelter. You begin to sense this, the way you sense the warmth from the kang before you have crossed the room to touch it. One afternoon, your mother sits beside you on the kang while she does her embroidery. The needle moves in and out of the fabric with a small, soft sound. Outside the window, the hawthorn tree is bare. "Knowing the rules," she says, without looking up from her work, means you are never lost. You are not entirely sure you understand this yet, but you store it away, in the place where you keep all the things she says. The courtyard holds all of this, the running and the practicing, the small falls and the small corrections. The first dunan performed without wobbling. The first long silence in a room full of adults. The hawthorn tree witnesses all of it without ceremony. Trees rarely make much of the things they witness. Outside the moon gate, the household continues its quiet work, and somewhere in the inner wing of the mansion, a teacher is about to arrive with ink and paper and lessons that take much longer to learn. The winter you turn 5, a teacher comes to the mansion. He arrives early one morning, an old man in a gray cotton robe and a round black cap, moving with the unhurried pace of someone who has been walking slowly for 60 years and sees no particular reason to change. His name is Teacher Zhao. His beard is gray at the edges and white in the middle. He carries a cloth bag that makes a soft clinking sound. Probably brushes and inkstones. You watch him from behind your mother's sleeve. The classroom is a small side room that looks out onto the back garden. Through the window, when the snow has cleared, You can see the old locust tree's bare branches against the pale winter sky. The room smells of ink, that particular smell of ground ink stone, dense and cool, like stone and rain mixed together. Inside, one table, two chairs, a shelf of books, and an inkstone already set out and waiting. You are not sure why you need to be here. You did not ask to be here. But then, children in this household rarely ask for the things that happen to them. Teacher Zhao's first subject is Manchu. Manchu is the language of your ancestors, the people who came south from the forests of the Northeast and, in your grandparents' time, took the dragon throne. But by the time you are born, Manchu is already fading at the edges. The court has ruled over China for several generations. The daily language of the mansion of the servants, the shopkeepers, the officials who pass through the outer gate is Chinese. The emperor sends out orders, regularly, requiring all members of the imperial clan to study Manchu. These orders are issued with great consistency, which suggests, perhaps, that they are not always followed with great enthusiasm. Teacher Zhao writes the first line of Manchu script and sets it in front of you. Manchu script runs vertically, top to bottom, like a column of reeds. Each letter is long and slender, with small marks, a dot here, a hook there, a small curve to distinguish one sound from another. Together they look like a row of reeds by a river, each one slightly different from the last, each one leaning in the same direction. You look at them. Teacher Zhao reads the first syllable. You repeat it. He reads the second. You repeat it. By the third, your mind has drifted to the locust tree outside. By the fifth, your head is beginning to sink toward the table. A sharp sound, the teacher's ruler on the tabletop. Not on your hand, just on the table. But enough. You sit up. We do not sleep in the classroom, he says, in a voice so dry it sounds like paper being unrolled. You rub your eyes. You try again. Manchu is followed by Chinese. Chinese characters are their own world, thousands of them, each one a small picture of meaning, none connected to a sound the way the letters of an alphabet are. You learn to hold the brush correctly, 3 fingers, the brush nearly vertical, your elbow lifted slightly from the surface of the table. You practice strokes. The pressing stroke. The lifting stroke. The small diagonal flick at the end. Your first characters look like caterpillars. Your second week's work looks like caterpillars that have had a difficult experience. Teacher Zhao sighs with what seems to be inexhaustible patience. He corrects your grip. He demonstrates the motion once, twice, 3 times, his hand moving with an ease that looks effortless. You watch his hand. Then you try to repeat the motion with your own, which does not yet understand certainty. By the end of winter, you can write your own name. The Manchu version and the Chinese version placed side by side on a piece of paper. They are not beautiful, but they are yours. You show them to Teacher Zhao. He regards them for a moment. "Not terrible," he says. From Teacher Zhao, this is high praise. The second half of your education during these years belongs not to the brush, but to the needle. Her name is Lu Nanny. She is a small, precise woman who spent her younger years as an embroidery worker in the palace and moves with the economy of someone who has never wasted a motion in her life. She gives you a square of white cloth, a needle, and a length of red silk thread. Thread the needle. You try. The eye of the needle is very small. The thread is slightly frayed at the end. You wet it, twist it, hold it up to the light from the window, and try to pass it through the gap. You fail. You wet it again. Twist again. Try again. Your fingers are less cooperative than you would like. The thread frays further. You start again with a fresh end. Finally, the thread slips through. And then you pull too hard, and it comes apart. Lu Nanny watches all of this without comment. She has clearly seen it before. She has seen it many times. She is not impatient. She is waiting for you to get there. When you have mastered threading the needle, which takes several sessions and a number of small needle pricks on your fingertips, she teaches you the first stitch. Over and under. Over and under. Even tension. Not too tight. Not too loose. A year later, you produce a single embroidered flower. 5 petals. A stem. A few dots of pollen at the center. It is not perfect. One petal is larger than the others. The stem curves in a direction that stems do not usually curve. But it is a flower. Lu Nanny frames it and hangs it on the wall of your room. You look at it every night before you sleep, and every morning when you wake. You look at it for a long time. Eventually, you decide you are probably a natural talent, and that Lu Nanny simply has not said so yet. The brush. The needle. The long, vertical columns of Manchu script. These are the instruments of your education. Not loud instruments. Quiet ones. They require a particular kind of patience, the patience of returning to the same motion again and again, making it slightly better each time, until one day it is almost right. The snow falls outside the classroom window. Teacher Zhao's voice moves on, even and unhurried, like a stream that does not know about rushing. Outside, the seasons turn as they always have, and the lessons do not stop, only deepen, slowly, into new shapes. You are 9 years old, then 10, then 11. The courtyard is the same. The hawthorn tree is the same. Wang Nanny's voice is the same. But the lessons change. What you are learning now is harder to hold in your hands than brush strokes or embroidery thread. What you are learning now is how to carry yourself, how to move through the world in a way that communicates, without words, everything that needs to be communicated about who you are and where you come from. The Dakian is a formal Manchu greeting. To perform it, take a half step forward with the right foot. Lower yourself smoothly, the back straight, the head level, until the right knee nearly meets the floor. Hold. Then rise. It should look easy. It should look, in fact, like very little is happening. This is the difficulty. Wang Nanny demonstrates it. She does it without visible effort. Down and up. Smooth as a door swinging on its hinge. You try. Going down works. Coming up is where the trouble starts. Your legs, apparently, have opinions about this. You wobble. You put a hand on the floor to steady yourself. You rise off center, leaning slightly left. Wang Nanny's expression does not change. Again. Months pass. The seasons move through the courtyard. You practice the Dukyan on smooth indoor floors and cold stone paths, and once, on a slightly icy surface in the outer courtyard, which does not go particularly well. Your knees develop a series of bruises that fade and are replaced by newer ones. But somewhere around the 3rd month, something shifts. The motion becomes familiar. Not easy, but known. Your body knows it. You go down. You hold. You rise. Straight. Not bad, says Wang Nanny. This is, from Wang Nanny, essentially the same as high praise. Alongside the Dukyan, there is walking. Manchu women of good standing do not walk the way you have been walking, with long, ground-covering strides and arms swinging freely. That is outdoor walking. Walking for the simple purpose of getting somewhere. Formal walking is different. Small steps. Even steps. The heels do not lift high. The toes point slightly inward. The arms rest at the sides or fold gently at the waist. The eyes look forward, not downward in thought, not sideways in curiosity. Forward. Level. Steady. Your mother walks with you along the covered corridor of the inner courtyard every afternoon. 10 rounds. Sometimes 12. She watches your feet. She watches your arms. Shoulders back. Step smaller. Hand, don't swing it. You narrow your steps until you feel you are barely moving. She nods just slightly, which means you are approximately correct. And then, alongside the walking, there is what people in this household call standing. Not standing as in being upright. Standing as in remaining upright without moving. In the presence of elders and honored guests, you stand. Hands folded at the front. Eyes at a middle distance. You do not shift your weight from foot to foot. You do not sigh. You do not press your lips together or adjust your sleeves. Your expression remains composed, present, unhurried. When you attend one of your father's formal receptions, the kind where officials and relatives come, and there is tea and ceremony and conversation that goes on for a long time, you stand beside your mother for an hour. Sometimes 2. Your feet go numb at the toes. The small of your back begins to ache. Your eyes want to close. None of this appears on your face. This is the practice. The etiquette teacher arrives when you are 11. Her family name is Nara, and she is a woman in her 50s who served in the palace for many years. She carries the knowledge of court behavior inside her like a map memorized so thoroughly she no longer needs to consult it. She moves without sound on her high platform shoes. When she looks at you, you feel she has already cataloged every error you have not yet made. She teaches you how to greet the Empress Dowager, the Empress, the imperial concubines, each differently, each with precise language, each with the exact angle of the body that rank requires. She teaches you the architecture of a palace corridor, which side to take when someone more senior approaches, how to step aside without turning your back, how to move through a formal space without drawing attention to yourself. She teaches you this. In the presence of powerful people, do not be clever. Why not? You ask. She looks at you for a moment. Because a clever girl is a surprising girl, she says. And surprises are not comfortable for powerful people. Remember, you are a Gege, not an emperor. Keep what you understand to yourself. It will serve you better there. You absorb this without entirely agreeing with it. But you absorb it. The meals have their own choreography. Chopsticks resting flat against the rim of the bowl when you have finished, never standing upright in the food, which belongs to ritual offerings for the dead. Reach only for dishes placed directly in front of you. Do not search through a dish for preferred pieces. Drink soup without sound, in small, quiet sips. Eat slowly. When finished, set down the chopsticks with care, parallel, together. These rules feel, when you first encounter them, endless. But they have a rhythm, once learned. A quiet choreography that your body eventually follows without requiring the mind to supervise each step. At 13, you look back on the last 4 years and feel, for the first time, a kind of competence. Not mastery, but competence. The dunan is steady. The dakian is smooth. The walking is correct. The standing can be sustained. You have been learning how to carry yourself. You are beginning to understand why. The art of standing still is, in its way, a kind of strength. Not the strength of action or voice, but the strength of composure, the ability to remain present, unhurried, undisturbed, while the world around you moves and makes demands and observes your every expression. You do not love it, but you are becoming it. And beyond the walls of the mansion, beyond the gray lanes and stone bridges of Beijing, the red walls of the palace have been waiting, and the day you first pass through its gates is very nearly here. The morning you first enter the palace, it is still dark outside. You are 14. The sky through your window is the deep, even black of 3 in the morning. The lantern in the courtyard throws a small amber circle onto the snow. Your nanny is knocking at the door. Time to get up, Jeje. The preparation takes 2 hours. You sit before the bronze mirror while a maidservant combs your hair with long, careful strokes. The comb draws through from the roots, working oil into the length of it before the building begins. Today requires the likeng bi to, the formal double-wing style worn by Manchu women at court, an elaborate structure built on a frame, dressed with combs and ornaments and hanging pendants of silver and seed pearls. Your reflection in the mirror watches the whole process with a kind of detached curiosity. When the last pin is placed, the weight of the headdress settles into your neck and your shoulders. It is heavier than it looks. Your face, white powder applied with a soft cloth, fine and dry, evening the skin into the pale, smooth surface that court occasions require. A careful press of red at the lips. A light stroke for the brows, long and gently curved. You look at the finished image in the mirror. You look like someone performing the role of yourself. Your mother reviews the protocols while you are dressed. When you are in the Empress Dowager's presence, do not raise your eyes. If she asks you a question, answer briefly and clearly. If she does not ask you anything, do not speak at all. Walk smoothly. Withdraw smoothly. Do not let your expression change. You nod at each instruction. Inside your chest, something beats a little faster than usual. The sedan chairs are brought out. The morning air is sharp, cold enough to sting the cheeks. You climb in. The curtain falls closed. Through the narrow gap at the edge, you watch the city move past. Gray walls, stone gates, the lanes growing broader, the buildings grander, and then the long, frozen expanse of the moat and the high red walls rising above it. The Forbidden City. You have seen it from a distance before. Passing through it is different. You move through 3 successive gates before you reach the inner sanctum, and at each gate your mother's credentials are presented and examined. At each gate you descend from the chair and walk, keeping your steps measured, the wooden platform shoes clicking very softly on the stone. The palace in winter smells of cold incense, thin, faint, drifting from somewhere deeper in the compound, and pine smoke, and something older, the smell of stone that has been enclosed for a very long time. You wait in a side room for over an hour. Other official wives are already there, gathered in quiet clusters. Their formal gowns fill the room with layers of color. Their eyes move over each other's embroidery and headdresses with practiced assessments. You sit beside your mother and look at your hands. You do not participate in the assessments. You are 14. You are not entirely sure you are supposed to. Then the summons. The eunuch's voice is formal and measured. The Empress Dowager will receive. You follow your mother down a corridor, through a doorway with a high threshold that requires a deliberate step, and then into the hall. It is high-ceilinged, warm. The air holds the golden haze of many lanterns. At the far end, on a raised platform, on a throne covered in layered brocades, sits a very old woman. Deep, plum-colored formal robes. White hair. A face that carries a lifetime of lines. But her eyes are still alert. They move when you enter. They find you. You kneel. Your forehead meets the cold floor. Please rise. Her voice is not what you expected. Not stern. Something closer to mild, the mildness of a person who has long since ceased to need sternness. She speaks with your mother for a few minutes. Questions about the household, the children, the usual affairs. Then she glances at you. Is this your eldest daughter? Your mother confirms. You take one step forward. You lower your eyes. You give the greeting that Nara Nanny has drilled into you, the exact words, the exact angle. The Empress Dowager regards you. A neat appearance, she says, and looks away. You stand very still for the next while. The conversation continues around you. You breathe. You do not shift your weight. You do not let your expression waver. When the time comes to withdraw, you back out slowly, evenly facing the throne until the doorway receives you and you are in the corridor again. Outside, you breathe. Your legs are trembling slightly. Not entirely from fear, also from the sustained effort of stillness. From the weight of the headdress. Your mother takes your arm. Well done, she says, quietly. You nod. You do not trust your voice yet. By the time you arrive home that evening, the sky has darkened again. Wang Nanny meets you at the courtyard gate with a bowl of lotus seed soup, warm, pale, slightly sweet. She fusses over you, removing pins from your hair one by one while you sit. The hairpins make small sounds as she places them on the table. The deep tiredness settles into your muscles, into your bones. Not unpleasant. The kind of tiredness that comes after sustained effort. The palace was not what you expected. Quieter, in some ways. Grander in scale, but not louder. It held a particular stillness, the stillness of a place that has been holding itself together for a very long time. You felt the weight of that stillness. You were not sure, when you were inside it, whether it welcomed you or simply tolerated you, the way a mountain tolerates the presence of a small animal on its slope. Perhaps that distinction does not matter. You were there. You did not falter. That, for now, is enough. The lantern in your courtyard burns lower. The soup bowl cools slowly at your side. Wang Nanny hums the old Manchu tune under her breath as she works. You are 14. You are tired. You are, for reasons you cannot fully articulate, more yourself than you were this morning. The lantern burns on in the quiet room, and somewhere in the deeper chambers of the mansion, the coming years are already moving slowly, quietly toward you. You are 16 now. It is an autumn morning. The light in the garden has that particular autumn quality, clear, slightly thin, the shadows long, even at mid-morning. You have just come in from walking with the white Beijing dog. He is older now, slower in his stride, but still following you wherever you go. Then someone is running. The courtyard changes before anyone speaks. You feel it, the sudden purposefulness, the way people stop doing ordinary things and begin doing urgent ones. A maid appearing in the inner doorway, then disappearing again. The sound of rapid footsteps on stone. Someone calling out from the direction of the main gate. A palace decree has arrived. You straighten your clothes and walk to the main hall. Your father is already kneeling in the center of the outer courtyard in his formal robe, his back straight, his hands at his sides. Behind him, the household has arranged itself in ranks: the senior consort, your mother, the lesser concubines, the senior servants. All kneeling, all silent. You find your place beside your mother. You kneel. The imperial decree is read by a palace eunuch who stands at the center of the courtyard with the yellow silk scroll unrolled before him. His voice is the formal, chanting voice trained for exactly this purpose, to carry the weight of imperial language across a silent courtyard. You catch certain phrases from the flow of it. By the grace of heaven, the emperor commands the daughter of Bele to be joined in marriage. Korchin Mongols, the Taiji, the rest moves past you. The ceremony of words. The architecture of the formal language. Then your father's forehead touches the ground. Then everyone's. You press your own forehead to the cold courtyard stone and feel the cold enter your skin. The eunuch leaves. The household rises. Your father's face, when you look at it, is a careful arrangement of appropriate expressions. Your mother speaks first. Her voice is bright and controlled. She says the right things. Imperial grace. Family honor. Auspicious occasion. You go to your room. You close the door. Shui Tuan, the white dog, presses his nose against your hand. You sit on the edge of the kang and look at the wall. Korchin. You have heard of it. Everyone has heard of it. A Mongolian territory far to the northeast, well beyond the edge of the world that is familiar to you. Days of travel by road. A different climate, a different sky. Round white felt tents instead of tiled rooftops. Open grassland instead of enclosed lanes. No hawthorn trees. No vendors calling out their wares from morning to dusk. You have been sent there in your imagination 100 times since childhood, every time someone mentioned arranged marriage, every time Nara Nanny spoke of the eventual destination of a JJ's life. You have always thought, yes, but later. Yes, but not yet. Now it is yet. A portrait arrives within the week. A small painting on silk, the formal portrait of the man you are to marry. A Mongolian Taiji in his mid-20s. A dark complexion. Heavy brows. A short beard. He wears embroidered Mongolian robes and looks out from the portrait with eyes that give nothing away. You look at him for a long time. You learn nothing. The preparations begin immediately. Your mother takes out a ledger thick, covered in close brushwork, and begins the list. The dowry of a Baal's daughter is governed by regulation. But within the regulation, families do everything they can. Furniture, bedding, garments for all 4 seasons, dozens of robes, undergarments, accessories, jewelry in several lacquered boxes. Practical goods for a life in a place where many things are unavailable. Tea bricks, silk bolts, porcelain, medicine, scissors. Even scissors. No one is certain whether Mongolian scissors are satisfactory. A Mongolian language tutor is arranged. He comes 3 times a week and teaches you vocabulary, pronunciation, the grammar of daily life. Some of it stays. Some slides off your memory like water from lacquered wood. You will understand it once you are there, he tells you. You are not entirely convinced. One evening, not long before your departure date is set, your mother comes to your room and sits beside you. She does not speak about honor or duty. She holds your hand. The lamp between you burns with a steady flame and smells faintly of sesame oil. I know, she says. That is all she says. You lean against her shoulder in a way you haven't done since you were much smaller. The lamp burns. Neither of you speaks for a while. Outside, the hawthorn tree is bare. The last leaves fell weeks ago. You will leave in a few months. The exact date has not yet been set, but the direction has been set. The destination has been set. The rest is only time, and time has a way of moving regardless of what you want it to do. The lamp burns on in the quiet room, and somewhere far to the north, across the grassland you have never seen, a wedding tent is already being prepared. The morning you leave Beijing is cold. Early autumn, the sky, the color of unglazed ceramic gray-white, flat, very high. You are awake at 3 in the morning. The candles in your room are lit. The maids move in and out. And somewhere beyond the courtyard walls, the wedding party is beginning to assemble. It takes 2 hours to dress you. The formal wedding robe is red, deep red, embroidered brocade with phoenixes and dragons traced in gold thread across the fabric in a pattern that took 3 months to complete. The collar is high. The sleeves are wide. The skirt trails behind you when you walk. You put it on slowly, with help. It is like being dressed in architecture. Your hair goes up into the grandest of Manchu formal styles, padded, lacquered, dressed with pins that your maids insert one by one while you sit very still. When it is finished, your head carries a weight you feel in your neck and shoulders. You look in the bronze mirror. You look like someone performing the role of yourself. The outer courtyard, when you finally emerge, is loud with color and movement. Red silk draped over the gate. Red lanterns. Red carpet across the stones. At the far end, the Mongolian wedding party, a column of riders in embroidered robes, their horses' breath rising into the cold air in soft clouds. At the entrance to the inner courtyard, your parents stand to receive the guests. Your father's face is composed. Your mother's eyes are red at the corners. You search for Xue Tuan. He is standing near the doorway of your old room, watching you with his dark button eyes. He is too old to travel, too old to make the distance. You go to him one more time. You kneel and press your face against his soft, warm fur. He smells of dust and clean cloth. He licks your wrist. Then someone comes to tell you it is time. The sedan chair is lined with red satin. You climb in. The curtain falls. The sounds of the courtyard voices, hoofbeats, the thin notes of a Swona horn press against the silk without entering. You are moving. The chair rocks in a slow, tilting rhythm as the bearers find their pace. Through the gap at the edge of the curtain, you watch the city move past. Gray walls, stone gates, the broad avenues, the canal, its surface frozen and still, the northern roads opening up beyond the city's last gate. In the privacy of the sealed chair, you allow yourself to cry. Not loudly, just a release, the kind that has been waiting since morning. Your shoulders shake once, then again. Then you press your hands flat against your thighs and breathe. 7 days. That is how long the journey takes. 7 days of road, of sedan chair, and, as the roads grow rougher, a covered cart without springs, rocking on uneven ground. The land changes around you. Even with the curtain drawn, you feel it in the air, which grows drier and sharper, and in the smell of the earth shifting from the damp, smoky scent of the city to something wider. Dusty, mineral, clean in a way that is also slightly desolate. On the 4th evening, you ask to walk for a while. The escorts look uncertain. But you are the bride of a Mongolian lord. You have standing. You step out of the cart. The road stretches in both directions across flat land. The sky here is enormous, not the narrow strip visible between rooftops, but a full, circular sky, horizon to horizon, and the sun is setting into it with extraordinary color, orange layered over gold, layered over the deep blue of the upper air. You stand and look at it. The air is dry. It smells of dry grass and something mineral and clean. The grass at the road's edge is autumn gold, and it moves in a wind that is steady and without warmth. Nothing looks like Beijing. Nothing looks like anything you have looked at before. You are not entirely sure if what you feel is terror or something else. Both, perhaps. On the 7th day, the tents appear on the horizon. White gur scattered across the grassland like pale stones. The largest is at the center. A group of people stand outside it, waiting. You descend from the cart. Your legs are stiff. Your neck aches. The cold air meets your face. And there he is, the man from the portrait, taller in life, his expression exactly as serious as the painting suggested. He looks at you without warmth, but also without hostility. He says something in Mongolian. An attendant translates. The road was long. You agree. The road was long. That night, the wedding ceremony fire, milk wine, the blessings of elders completes itself around you while you move through it like a figure in someone else's dream. By the time the guests have dispersed and the fires have burned to embers, you are exhausted past the point of feeling very much. He says one thing to you in Manchu. Sleep. You do. Outside the Gare, the grassland extends in all directions under a sky full of stars, and the first morning of your new life is already gathering, just beyond the edge of the dark. The morning you leave Beijing is cold. Early autumn, the sky, the color of unglazed ceramic gray-white, flat, very high. You are awake at 3 in the morning. The candles in your room are lit. The maids move in and out. And somewhere beyond the courtyard walls, the wedding party is beginning to assemble. It takes 2 hours to dress you. The formal wedding robe is red, deep red, embroidered brocade with phoenixes and dragons traced in gold thread across the fabric in a pattern that took 3 months to complete. The collar is high. The sleeves are wide. The skirt trails behind you when you walk. You put it on slowly, with help. It is like being dressed in architecture. Your hair goes up into the grandest of Manchu formal styles, padded, lacquered, dressed with pins that your maids insert one by one while you sit very still. When it is finished, your head carries a weight you feel in your neck and shoulders. You look in the bronze mirror. You look like someone performing the role of yourself. The outer courtyard, when you finally emerge, is loud with color and movement. Red silk draped over the gate. Red lanterns. Red carpet across the stones. At the far end, the Mongolian wedding party, a column of riders in embroidered robes, their horses' breath rising into the cold air in soft clouds. At the entrance to the inner courtyard, your parents stand to receive the guests. Your father's face is composed. Your mother's eyes are red at the corners. You search for Xue Tuan. He is standing near the doorway of your old room, watching you with his dark button eyes. He is too old to travel, too old to make the distance. You go to him one more time. You kneel and press your face against his soft, warm fur. He smells of dust and clean cloth. He licks your wrist. Then someone comes to tell you it is time. The sedan chair is lined with red satin. You climb in. The curtain falls. The sounds of the courtyard voices, hoofbeats, the thin notes of a Swona horn press against the silk without entering. You are moving. The chair rocks in a slow, tilting rhythm as the bearers find their pace. Through the gap at the edge of the curtain, you watch the city move past. Gray walls, stone gates, the broad avenues, the canal, its surface frozen and still, the northern roads opening up beyond the city's last gate. In the privacy of the sealed chair, you allow yourself to cry. Not loudly, just a release, the kind that has been waiting since morning. Your shoulders shake once, then again. Then you press your hands flat against your thighs and breathe. 7 days. That is how long the journey takes. 7 days of road, of sedan chair, and, as the roads grow rougher, a covered cart without springs, rocking on uneven ground. The land changes around you. Even with the curtain drawn, you feel it in the air, which grows drier and sharper, and in the smell of the earth shifting from the damp, smoky scent of the city to something wider, dusty, mineral, clean in a way that is also slightly desolate. On the 4th evening, you ask to walk for a while. The escorts look uncertain. But you are the bride of a Mongolian lord. You have standing. You step out of the cart. The road stretches in both directions across flat land. The sky here is enormous, not the narrow strip visible between rooftops, but a full, circular sky, horizon to horizon, and the sun is setting into it with extraordinary color, orange layered over gold, layered over the deep blue of the upper air. You stand and look at it. The air is dry. It smells of dry grass and something mineral and clean. The grass at the road's edge is autumn gold, and it moves in a wind that is steady and without warmth. Nothing looks like Beijing. Nothing looks like anything you have looked at before. You are not entirely sure if what you feel is terror or something else. Both, perhaps. On the 7th day, the tents appear on the horizon. White gur scattered across the grassland like pale stones. The largest is at the center. A group of people stand outside it, waiting. You descend from the cart. Your legs are stiff. Your neck aches. The cold air meets your face. And there he is. The man from the portrait. Taller in life. His expression exactly as serious as the painting suggested. He looks at you without warmth, but also without hostility. He says something in Mongolian. An attendant translates. The road was long. You agree. The road was long. That night, the wedding ceremony fire, milk wine, the blessings of elders completes itself around you while you move through it like a figure in someone else's dream. By the time the guests have dispersed and the fires have burned to embers, you are exhausted past the point of feeling very much. He says one thing to you in Manchu. Sleep. You do. Outside the gyre, the grassland extends in all directions under a sky full of stars, and the first morning of your new life is already gathering, just beyond the edge of the dark. In the spring of your 2nd year in Mongolia, something changes. At first, you do not name it. You are simply less well than usual. The mornings are difficult. Food that you have come to accept with relative peace suddenly becomes complicated again. Then your nanny calls a Mongolian healer, an older woman with careful hands and a quiet way of moving. The healer takes your wrist. She holds it for a long time. Then she smiles. The news moves through the household like a warm current. Your mother-in-law rearranges things. You are given a larger chair with a better stove. 2 additional attendants are assigned to you. Your mother-in-law appears each morning, looks you over with careful eyes, and gives instructions to the cook about what should be prepared. Your husband says very little about any of this. But that evening, when he returns from his rounds of the pasture, he pauses in the doorway of the chair and looks at you for a moment longer than usual. Then he asks if you are comfortable. You say yes. He nods and goes to wash his hands. You understand by now that this is, for him, a great deal. The months of pregnancy move differently from ordinary months. Slower in some ways. More full of sensation. The grassland summer is warm and dry, the sky enormous, the grass shifting from the pale green of spring to the deep, dusty gold of August. You walk in the mornings when the air is cool, your nanny beside you. You eat what you are given. You sleep when your body asks for it. Your mother-in-law gives you a carved wooden amulet, a traditional Mongolian protective charm, worn by women expecting a child. You wear it alongside the jade pendant your own mother gave you when you left Beijing. The 2 objects hang together at your collar. You don't think of them as belonging to different traditions. You think of them as 2 ways of saying the same thing. Please, let this go well. By autumn, you are very round and moving slowly. The cooler air is, in some ways, a relief. And then, one night in deep winter, it begins. A dull, heavy pull in the low back. Then, something sharper. Then, the rhythm that your body seems to know even though you have never experienced it, a building and releasing, a gathering and letting go, building with each passing hour into something larger. Your nanny is awake immediately. Water goes on to heat. The healer woman is summoned. Your mother-in-law appears in her sleeping robe, her hair down the first time you have ever seen her without her formal dressed hair, and in this context, beside a stove in the middle of the night, she looks simply like a woman who has given birth 6 times and is here to help. She kneels beside you. She takes your hand. Her words are Mongolian. But you have lived here long enough. You understand comfort in any language. It is a long night. There are hours that blur into pure sensation, a focused endurance, a particular sound your own breathing makes when everything else is effort. Your nanny holds one hand. Your mother-in-law holds the other. The stove burns steadily. The wind moves outside across the grassland, as it always does. And then there is a different sound. New, sudden, high, and clear. Your nanny is laughing and crying at the same time, which you have never seen on her face before. A little lord, she says. Healthy, strong. They bring him to you. He is very small. His face is creased into an expression of profound displeasure at having been woken. He has dark hair, small, curled hands. He cries with extraordinary conviction. You hold him. What you feel in that moment is not something that can be described precisely. The weight of him in your arms, not heavy. He is small, but full. Complete. Something in you recognizes him before your mind has processed anything. You look at him. He cries. You hold him more firmly. He keeps crying. But he is here. You are here. You both arrived. Your husband comes in before dawn. He stands at the edge of the space, looking at his son. Then he looks at you. You worked hard, he says. In Manchu, because you are still most comfortable in that language, and he has learned, over these 2 years, to accommodate this. It is the most personal thing he has ever said to you. The baby is named Batur, a Mongolian name meaning hero, given by his grandfather. Quietly, between yourself and your nanny, you also give him a small name, an An. Safe and calm. Your own small hope, rhyming with your own small name that means peace. The stove burns warmly. An An sleeps on your chest, his breathing small and even. Your nanny sits nearby with her knitting, humming something under her breath. It is the same Manchu tune she has always hummed. The same one from the Yoche. The same one from all the years before. Still the same tune. Still here. Outside, snow falls on the grassland in the particular silence of deep winter, and somewhere in the darkness, the morning is collecting itself slowly for its return. This is what happens. Eventually. No matter how foreign the landscape, no matter how different the food or the language or the shape of the sky, days settle into days. A rhythm finds itself. A routine becomes familiar. And familiar becomes, almost without your noticing, something close to home. In the 5th year of your time on the grassland, days look like this. The smoke hole in the roof shows gray pre-dawn light. The stove's embers are still warm from last night. And Anne, who is 4 now, solid and quick and interested in everything, is still sleeping, one fist tucked beneath his cheek. You rise quietly. The felt floor is cool beneath your feet. You dress in layers, as you have learned to do against the grassland morning cold. You attend to the fire, small pieces of dried dung first, then a larger piece of wood once the flame has taken. The room begins to warm. Your mother-in-law is already awake in the main ger. She moves more slowly than she used to. The cold is unkind to her joints, and she does not pretend otherwise. You make the morning milk tea the way she taught you, the brick tea broken and boiled first, then the fresh milk added, then the salt, then stirred in the particular direction that she has always insisted upon and has never explained the reason for. You learned to make it correctly about a year ago. She has never directly commented on this, but the silence with which she accepts her bowl in the morning has changed. It used to carry a quality of assessment. Now it is simply silence. The kind that means nothing more needs to be said. You have come to understand that this is praise. The household you manage is not enormous, but it is not simple. There are servants and herders, a cook, several younger women who help with household tasks. There are the comings and goings of seasonal work, felt making, curd drying, the preparation of stores before winter settles in. There are guests who arrive and must be received properly. There are disagreements among the household members that need a steady hand to smooth out. You do all of this. Slowly, through observation and occasional error, you have learned to navigate it. The mistakes you made in the early years from ignorance of custom, from cultural misstep, are behind you. You know this world now, not in the way you knew your childhood courtyard, where every stone was familiar, but in the way you know a path you have walked many times. You know where it turns. You know where the ground is uneven. Your Mongolian is fluent now. Not elegant, the kind learned in a classroom, is different from the kind forged in daily life. But functional, effective. The kind that lets you say exactly what you mean. Your husband trusts you. This took years. It was not given. It was built slowly through small demonstrations, a household problem solved, a difficult guest managed well, a decision made in his absence that he would have made the same way. One evening, returning from a long absence, he sits down at the evening fire and says, "You managed everything well." 6 words. But from him, 6 words is a long speech. You nod. You pour his tea. The fire settles. There are letters from home. Your mother, once or twice a year. Your younger brother, occasionally. Small news from Beijing, a cousin who has passed his examinations. A lane that has been widened. The hawthorn tree that was pruned back hard and came back in the spring stronger than before. And then one letter in autumn. That takes longer to hold than the others. Shui Tuan, your mother writes, passed away in the 3rd month of this year. Quietly, without pain. He had become very old. You fold the letter carefully. That night, you look up through the smoke hole at the stars. He waited, you think, as long as he could. You do not put this thought into words for anyone else. It simply lives in you, in the quiet room, alongside all the other things that live there. The fire settles, and Anne breathes in his sleep. Outside, the grassland is enormous and still. The wind moves through the grass with a sound that is both continuous and somehow restful, the sound of something that has always been here and will continue long after. You have been here 5 years. The Beijing inside you is still clear, the smell of the hutong in summer rain, the pink of the hawthorn bloom, the sound of street vendors calling out in the early morning, but it has moved to a quieter room. A room you can visit, but no longer live in. Here is where you live. Beyond the curve of the horizon, the news from the capital is already traveling toward you slower than wind, faster than seasons, and some of it, when it arrives, will ask more of you than an ordinary day. You are 30 years old. In the bronze mirror, you can see the first lines at the corners of your eyes, not deep, but present. Your hair is still dark, but when the morning light hits a certain way, there is a strand here and there that catches the light differently. You notice these things without alarm. They are simply information. The grassland in autumn has a color that took you years to fully see. It is not just gold, it is a layered gold, amber beneath and pale above, and when the light is low and the wind moves the grass, the whole of it seems to breathe. You are beginning to love it. The political news arrives in stages, as it always does out here. First, a traveling merchant mentions a change in the capital. Something large. Something significant. He does not know the details. Then, your husband returns from a meeting with other Taiji with a particular expression contained, but engaged in a way he is not usually. Then, slowly, the full picture assembles. The Kangxi Emperor, the only emperor you have ever known, who was already on the throne when you were born, is gone. A new emperor has taken power. The transition was not entirely smooth. There are stories. Your husband begins spending more time away. The meetings multiply. Men you do not recognize arrive at the encampment and speak in low voices with the older members of the household. You do not ask directly. You observe. What you observe is this: the new emperor requires demonstrations of loyalty from the Mongolian nobility. This is not unusual. Every new ruler needs to see where everyone stands. But this emperor is particularly attentive to this mapping, and the cost of ambiguity appears to be higher than usual. Several Mongolian princes who were slow or unclear in their expressions of loyalty have, reportedly, had their titles reduced or their persons summoned to the capital for questioning. Your husband considers. He consults. He sits by the stove for several nights without speaking. Then he tells you, "I will go to Beijing myself. Better to stand in person than send a message." Will it be safe, you ask? He considers this for a real moment, not a dismissal, a genuine consideration. "I believe so," he says. We have given no cause for doubt. He is away for 2 months. During those 2 months, you manage the household. Your mother-in-law is unwell, a lung problem that began in winter and has not cleared. And Anne is 12, old enough to sense that something is happening, young enough to still come and find you in the evenings, sitting close. You make milk tea. You answer his questions as clearly as you can without adding to his worry. You write to your mother in Beijing, asking about the household there. You wait. Then your husband returns. Thinner, darker, but upright, undamaged. He sits and drinks an entire bowl of tea without speaking. Then he tells you, the new emperor received him. The audience was brief. There were gifts given and gifts received. He was dismissed courteously. "We are fine," he says. You set down your bowl. Something in your shoulders releases. Something in your chest unclenches. It is a physical thing, this relief. That night you add a line to your next letter home that you do not usually add. "Living here," you write, "I am far enough from the center of things to stay clear of them, but close enough to know, when my own household is safe, that it is safe. This is something I did not know how to value when I was 16. I value it now." And Anne continues to grow. By 15, he is taller than you, moving with the easy authority of someone who has grown up with a bow in his hand and the entire grassland as his schoolyard. He speaks Mongolian, Manchu, and enough Chinese to read your letters. He is patient. He is perceptive. He is, in certain moments, a slight tilt of the head, a particular quality of quiet attention recognizably yours. Your mother-in-law passes away in winter. She goes gradually, over several weeks, the way a fire goes when you stop adding wood. The household gathers. Lamas come and read the sutras for 3 days, their voices low and continuous, the smell of incense filling the chair and drifting into the cold air outside. You manage all of it, the receiving of guests, the rituals, the food, the quiet and efficient operation of a household in grief. When it is finished and the last guest has departed, your husband finds you sitting in the doorway of the small supply ger, watching the evening light on the grassland. He sits beside you. "You took good care of everything," he says. You sit together for a while without speaking. The light fades. The first stars appear. For you, it is enough. Middle age has its own quality of light, steadier than youth, more honest. It does not dazzle. It simply illuminates. You are 35. Your children are growing. Your household is in order. Your husband trusts you completely, and you have earned that trust with your own hands. This is a different life than the one you imagined at 16. But it is, in the ways that matter, yours. The grassland settles into autumn, and in the season ahead, it will be your daughter's turn to stand at the edge of what she knows and take her first step forward. Your daughter's name is Kikige. In Mongolian, it means flower. She is 16 now, and she does look something like one, quick, bright, full of a particular energy that seems to come from the grassland itself. She was born here. She has never known any other sky. And Anne married first. His wife is a young woman from another Korchin family, Wulan. Direct, cheerful, with a laugh that fills a ger completely. They are a good match. The wedding fills 3 days with music and milk wine and the warm, easy chaos of a large gathering. You are grateful. You are exhausted. You are, for the first time in a long time, fully, simply happy. But the household's attention turns next to Chi-Chij. Your husband has been in quiet negotiation for some time. The Khalkha Mongols further north, a different branch of the vast Mongolian world, are interested. A Khalkha Taiji from a family of growing importance is looking for a suitable match. He is a good man, your husband tells you. This will be a good connection. For an Anne, you think. You do not say this out loud. That night, Kikij comes to find you. She sits beside you on the edge of your bed, still in her riding clothes. She has spent the afternoon on horseback she always rides when she has something to think through. Amma, she says the Mongolian word for mother, which she has always preferred. How far is Khalkha, you tell her. She is quiet for a moment. Did you know, she asks, where you were going? Before you came here? Yes, you tell her. I knew the name. I had heard stories. Were you afraid? You look at her. Very much, you say. She nods. She seems to want to know that this is allowed. You take her hand. I will talk to your father. You tell her. I will ask for everything that can be asked for. You do talk to your husband. You ask about the man's character. You ask about the household. You make it clear, not with argument, but with steadiness, that these things matter to you. Your husband, who no longer dismisses what matters to you, listens. He tells you what he knows, which is, in the end, no more and no less than what was known about him before you arrived here. The general shape, the external facts, the character reported by those who have occasion to observe it. The rest, he says quietly, can only be known from living. You know this is true. You know it in your body. The dowry preparation begins. You supervise it yourself, the way your mother supervised yours. You are thorough in the way of someone who knows exactly which things matter in a new place and which things you wish you had thought to bring. Warm things. Familiar things, small, portable, belonging to a self that can be carried. Thread. A small embroidery frame. Letters, already written, waiting only for dates to be filled in. You embroider a small piece of cloth for Chi-Chi yourself. Not a flower, though the name would suggest it. A small mountain and a strip of sky. Something that looks like permanence. The morning of her departure, the encampment is bright and cold. The Kalka party arrived the evening before, their horses strong, their number formal, everything in order. Kikig comes to you in the hour before she must be dressed. She does not say much. Neither do you. You press your forehead against hers for a moment. You feel her breath. Then she straightens. Her jaw is set in a way that you have seen before on only one other face. Your own. You watch her leave. The party grows smaller on the horizon. The sound of hoofbeats fades. The dust settles. You stand there until there is nothing left to see. That week, you become ill. A fever. A deep heaviness in the chest. The healer treats you with bitter herbs brewed in dark water. You recover slowly. Your nanny, who has been with you for 30 years and counts as the oldest friend you have in the world, says nothing about the illness beyond. Rest more. You both understand what happened. It is what happens when something is removed from you that was living inside you for 16 years. Kikige's first letter arrives 5 months later. It is short. She is not a letter writer by nature. But she says, I am learning the food. The air is very dry. There is a dog at the encampment who follows me everywhere. You read it 3 times. You fold it carefully and put it with the others. She has a dog, you think. She is all right. The grassland is very quiet in the weeks after a departure. The stars at night seem, if anything, more numerous than usual, as though the sky is trying to make up for the empty space. The grassland settles, slowly, into its winter silence, and in the warmth of the gare, the grandchildren who are still to come are already moving, unknowing, toward the beginning of their lives. You are 60 years old. The grassland in the evening looks the same as it always has, enormous, amber in the setting sun, the grass moving in long waves that begin somewhere beyond sight and end somewhere beyond sight. You sit in the doorway of the gare and watch it. This is something you have begun to do in recent years. Just sit, without task, without purpose, simply present to the evening as it unfolds. Your husband has been gone for 3 years. He went in the night, in winter, peacefully, between one breath and the next. He had been well the evening before. You found him in the morning. You held his hand for a long time before you told anyone. There was much, in the end, that you never said to each other. Not because the feeling wasn't there, but because neither of you ever found the right entrance to certain rooms. He was a man who showed care through presence and action rather than words. That was simply the way of it. He was a good man. He kept his word. He came home. And on that first night, in the juror that smelled of new felt and was full of strangers, he said, "Sleep." 2 syllables. And you slept. And Anne took over the household with the natural authority of someone who has been preparing for it his entire life. His wife, Wu Lan, manages the practical work with efficiency you admire without reservation. Their children, your grandchildren, are loud and busy, and completely without restraint around you, which you find, to your own surprise, entirely delightful. There is a granddaughter who sits with you in the evenings. 12 years old. Curious. She has her father's eyes and something in her manner that sometimes makes you feel you are looking at yourself from a great distance across time. She reads Kiki's letters aloud to you, because your eyes are not what they were. The letters are few but steady. Kiki's life has been hard in some ways. The Kalka North is unforgiving in winter, and she has had her share of illness, of loss. But she endures. She writes about her children, about a horse she loves, about the long days of summer when the sky is a color she has no word for. She writes, "I think of you when I see flowers." There are flowers here, too. You have not seen her for over 20 years. You understand that you will not. This is the kind of fact you have learned to carry without setting down. Your own body is older in ways that require accommodation now. The knees, the back, the eyes, a stiffness in the mornings that did not exist 10 years ago. You use a walking stick when the ground is uneven. You nap in the afternoons with the easy conscience of someone who has earned it. Your mind, though, is clear. Still moves through things quickly. Still notices what is there to be noticed. The quality of the evening light. A change in the wind that means rain by morning. The way your youngest grandchild holds his bowl exactly like his grandfather. The same precise grip. The same particular angle of the wrist. You notice these things and find them deeply, quietly satisfying. You think about your life sometimes. Not with nostalgia, exactly, but with a kind of attentive interest, the way you might regard a landscape from a high point, the way the early parts reach forward into the later ones. You in the yoche, swinging. You pressing your forehead to the cold floor of the Empress Dowager's hall. You in the sealed sedan chair, leaving Beijing through the northern gate. You standing here, watching another caravan leave. You are all of those people. They are all still inside you, intact. Wang Nanny is long gone, 30 years at least. Teacher Zhao and Liu Nanny. Your mother, who died while you were here, and you could not get back in time. Your father. Your siblings scattered, aged, some gone. The Biles mansion has changed hands. You do not know if the hawthorn tree still stands. But the letters are real. Kikige's letters are real. And Anne's family surrounding you is real. Your granddaughter's voice reading aloud is real. The evening is real. You close your eyes. The warmth of the sun on your face diminished now, moving toward the horizon. The cool of the wind off the grassland. Somewhere nearby, the sound of someone carrying water. The soft percussion of a wooden bucket handle. Cold. Gentle. Still. The wind has moved across this grassland for longer than anyone can count. Before your Jir was here, before your husband's family was here, before the Mongolian people named these plains and learned their rhythms and built their lives in round white houses that can be taken down and carried away, the wind moved across the grass. It will continue to, long after. You were here for your portion of it. You received a life you did not choose, in a place you did not know, beside a person assigned rather than found. And from these materials, not romantic materials, not easy ones, you made something. A household. Children. A daughter who survived her own leaving. Grandchildren learning the shape of their own lives. Letters that travel enormous distances across the grass and arrive, eventually, and are read aloud in the firelight. The grass is still moving. The sun is nearly down. You breathe in. You breathe out. That is enough. It has always been enough. And the last light fades over the grassland, slowly, the way all last lights fade, not suddenly, not with drama, but with the ordinary grace of a long day coming gently, finally, to its close.